with Sam Seder.
The destiny of America is always safer in the hands of the people than in the conference rooms of any elite.
Sam Seder.
They are unanimous in their hate for me, and I welcome their hatred.
We must guard against the acquisition of unwarranted influence, whether sought or unsought, by the military-industrial complex.
The Majority Report with Sam Seder.
Ever get the feeling you've been cheated?
It is Tuesday.
But at night.
This is a special edition of the Majority Report. Live coverage of other people's live coverage of the primaries in 5 states across the country. North Carolina, Pennsylvania, Kentucky, Idaho, and Oregon. Joining in tonight's coverage, Emma Vigeland, Matt Leck, Bradley Aslap. What's going on? Why is it so hot in here?
I turned on the AC.
You did? How about let's open the window?
Wait, that's counterintuitive. It's hot outside.
No, it's not that hot outside. It's not that hot. Well, first, we should say, let's throw to the weather first. We'll start with the weather tonight, and that's it. All of a sudden, it just occurs to me, like, wait, I'm dripping with sweat.
It's because you ate that pizza. Sam, it's 76 degrees outside. What do you think?
It's a breeze.
Turn the AC on high, Matt, not low. Please.
Oh, my God.
And you're going to open the window?
I was gonna bankrupt the show.
So
with
this
her
is what
AC stuff.
This is my second summer coming up, working on the show.
I don't know. Last summer, I don't know.
No. Last summer, I just wasn't as confident in my AC requests.
Oh boy.
But soon.
This is like the Great Resignation stuff.
Exactly like that.
Talia from Tampa. Sam, you boomer, sitting in an office, unlike me, in a blanket fort, being full goblin, rooting for Hitler Youth Congressman Madison Cawthorn to lose.
Yeah, that's a possibility, according to Wasserman.
That Cawthorn could lose.
Election rules matter. If North Carolina's primary runoff threshold were 50% or even 40%, Representative Madison Cawthorn would be the underdog for renomination because it's just 30%. 30%. He enters tonight the slight favorite, but still, that was part of the all-out assault against him, I would guess, given the fact that he chose to speak about coke orgies.
That's basically it, right? I mean, we can be clear on that. There is nothing that you can do as a Republican congressman that would get you attacked by Republicans short of maybe voting to impeach Trump.
Yeah.
But the other one is voting, or electing, I should say, to tell people about the coke orgies that Republicans are engaged in. Now, let me just also say this. We at the Majority Report do not kink shame at all.
No.
You know, I wouldn't necessarily endorse cocaine usage because it's not healthy. But as long as
there's some bad supply chain stuff there, but
yeah.
Just
check it for fentanyl if you're going to do it.
Exactly. The orgies, I mean, as long as everybody, is responsible about getting tested for STDs and everyone is taking care of like any type of, birth control concerns, I say go at it. Now, with that said, let me just qualify that. I don't know that I would do that with Republicans.
Well, the thing about it is that's like the only interesting angle is that they're trying to take away birth control while having orgies.
Well, I'm sure it's, they're
past that prime.
I mean, yeah. They'll figure out something.
It's also just interesting with Cawthorn specifically that like Tom Tillis, the senator from North Carolina, who's like a pretty he's kind of just like a boring like backbencher Republican.
Yeah.
He's been like really shitting on him recently, and also was just like the only time I've ever endorsed a non-incumbent was like when I challenged an incumbent, and then this guy over whoever's challenging Cawthorn over Cawthorn. Like it's just the knives are out for this guy.
Well, Tillis is senator from North Carolina, but I agree with you in terms of all the other suspicious elements of that. Like, why is he so aggressively going after Cawthorn in this? Like, maybe he was an attendee. We don't know. Not saying I know.
We don't know. We can't know, but it would be wrong not to speculate.
Yeah.
What's going to be interesting is I wonder if the attacks on Cawthorn will cost the Republicans anything. I mean, and certainly it would be, I personally am cheering for him to win his seat because that would be the most problematic for North Carolina Republicans. And I think it would make it that much more possible that this could be a pickup of a Senate seat in the fall. Anything that can divide Republicans is good for America.
That's un-American of you. We need a strong Republican Party.
That's right. I'm breaking with the orthodoxy about the strong Republican Party. We are going to, Max in BK says, are my IMs shadow banned from the show? Now they are. We'll just turn the little shadow ban toggle over. All right, so Emma, what are the races that we should be looking at tonight? We're going to be hearing from Dave Weigel in a few, and then we're going to hear from John from San Antonio. And then maybe we'll have Bobby Big Wheel on. I refuse to call Aaron Kleinman by his real name.
It's an amazing Twitter name.
Or his AKA Big Fat Daddy, which when you couldn't remember his username.
Is that what I used to call him?
You would call him Big Fat Daddy?
I mean,
couldn't remember Bobby Big Wheel, so he said Big Fat Daddy.
Well, Big Fat Daddy's not a bad one either. To be honest
Yeah,
with you.
honestly. Who is at Big Fat Daddy? Maybe someone can look that up. Or maybe don't. So John Fetterman, I think, is going to be the #1 race that we got to pay attention to in Pennsylvania, right? Pennsylvania is there are a few really interesting races there. Alexandra Hunt, who we've had on the program, running in Philly, she is running aggressively on canceling student debt, progressive positions all across the board. Although polling for her does not seem as good as with Summer Lee in the Pittsburgh area, who we've also had in the program. She's a really strong progressive, endorsed by Justice Democrats, among other groups, and people like Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, I believe, Sunrise Movement, Bernie, etc. She's awesome. So pro Summer Lee, but John Fetterman, the race was kind of thrown into a little bit of chaos because he had a medical issue, and right now he's spending the primary in the hospital. He had a stroke on Friday, and I think he's just still undergoing some medical treatment, which is deeply unfortunate. But you guys can check Ryan Grimm's Twitter feed to see how Connor Lamb organizers, despite the race looking like it's definitely going to go in Fetterman's favor, I mean, nothing's definite, but using the stroke as a wedge issue in fundraising, which, like, fairly distasteful, but no, it's interesting how centrist Democrats don't have a problem going scorched earth when a race is likely already in the bag, when it's against a more progressive candidate, and yet Bernie Sanders just like bringing up policy differences with Hillary Clinton is a sin that he still needs to wash himself of.
Yeah, and speaking of scorched earth too, Summer Lee is getting the Nina Turner treatment too from DMFI.
This is one of the things that Weigel has written about, actually, and there's been a couple of stories about this, and then we mentioned this today too. That, or was it today or yesterday, Bernie Sanders called on Jamie Harrison, is that the DNC chair?
Yes.
To officially renounce, you can't really, the Democratic Party has no official ability to outlaw PACs in the Democratic primaries. What they can do is say, we don't want any PACs involved in primaries, and at the very least, then that can be an issue within campaigns if a PAC is supporting somebody, calling on the candidate to say cease the spending of the PAC. Now, the reason why that has come about is AIPAC. They first sort of like created a almost like a derivative PAC that was deployed against Nina Turner in her special election. And then they just went all in via AIPAC. Now, this is essentially an Israeli lobbying group an American American lobbying group that lobbies on behalf of the rightist, most wing element in Israel. It is primarily funded by Republicans. They are playing heavily in these races against progressives. Now, it's probably a twofer for a lot of these people. One, they can fight a nascent progressive sort of reform movement within the Democratic Party. And two, these people are generally on the vanguard of the movement in Congress and frankly in America to make Israel more accountable to America if they're going to get billions of dollars in aid annually, which is, bare minimum stuff, one would imagine, except for the nature of politics in this country. Israel, and particularly its most right-wing impulses, to the extent that there are any other impulses in Israel anymore, and I mean not with individuals, but I'm talking in terms of the way that the government functions, and to some extent the population, that the American public, we have really Christian Zionists who are now become the biggest supporters of what's happening in Israel. I mean, I think probably you'd have to look at specific questions in the polling, and I don't know how you measure this, but I would say far more so than the majority of Jews in this country.
I think the polling has been
and I think that's that's pretty been pretty clear for quite some time.
Specifically younger Jewish Americans.
Yes, and so all right, part of our coverage of primary night tonight. That lady is who is that?
Erin Burnett.
Erin Burnett is she is talking. Here, pop up this in the third window. They're talking about some of the races they're watching. There's Madison Cawthorn.
But I do like the concept of just calling her that lady from here on out.
Why not? I mean, let's not get
that
Ooh,
guy.
look how fancy we look.
It's American republicanism.
Yeah, there we go. And so
so this is an interesting race too.
Schrader.
Kurt Schrader has a progressive challenger in Jamie McLeod Skinner. Here, there we go. Look, I'm just so prescient. So that's going to be an interesting race. North Carolina polls close in about a half an hour. What also is something interesting to watch in Oregon too is there is this Democratic candidate named Carrick Flynn, who at the what?
I'm just that noise was the cork
you just
coming out of the
opened
bottle
out.
of rye that I just decided.
Oh,
to
Kudlow's here.
Oh, is he? Did he come in?
It's like a bat signal, right?
Yeah.
He hears it and he pops up.
You just tell people about what's happening in Oregon.
Do you have a second?
We have contained this. We have contained this. I won't say airtight, but pretty close to airtight.
Airtight.
Good job in the United States.
Oh my God, that's him.
Yeah, no, that's Matt pumping that in.
Oh God, oh God, I'm so disoriented
so here's
with the
the
screen and the.
Pennsylvania Republican primary,
Yeah.
which is the most interesting one.
Yeah. But okay, we're still figuring that stuff out. I just wanted to finish my point about this guy Carrick Flynn. So he's running in the newly created 6th congressional district in Oregon. He's a first-time candidate, and he has been he's gotten 3 times as much outside spending. I'm reading from CBS News as any other House candidate this year. He's a Democrat. And the primary, there's a bunch of different candidates. The lion's share, over $10 million, came from the super PAC Protect Our Future, established by a 30-year-old crypto billionaire, Sam Bankman-Fried, the founder of cryptocurrency trading platform FTX. So he's taken a particular interest in this race, which, I don't know, something to watch. Crypto billionaires buying Democratic candidates is not something that, bodes well.
No. So the big, from my perspective, the key issue here is maintaining control of the Senate. Now, there is a world where the Democrats pick up, 2 seats, let's say.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, it's possible. Fetterman in Pennsylvania, it would be a pickup. We don't know who the nominee is going to be for the Democrats in Wisconsin, but both of those are possible pickups. I mean, New Hampshire is potentially in jeopardy. Ohio theoretically could be a pickup as well. I
like J.D. Vance versus Tim Ryan more than I like other races of Democrats versus Republicans.
In terms of like a
winnability.
Winnability. Yeah. I mean, it seems conceivable.
Like
now,
Tim Ryan has a reputation. I mean, we don't agree with him on everything, right? But he's established a brand in Ohio. He's well known in Ohio. I mean, it seems like he's set himself up decently well.
Yeah. And so, it remains to be seen. It could be a total wipeout for Democrats. But I mean, it is possible. And the only reason why I bring up the idea of like a multiple seat pickup in the Senate for Democrats is because then the loss of the House would be a little bit more dramatic. I mean, if you negated Sinema and Manchin's power, particularly Manchin's power, to short circuit things, then obviously you'd want to maintain the House. But the real, what is it? The Mangio line? Is that what they call it? Is that basically the fire line, essentially, that you don't want to go back?
The Maginot line was that?
Maginot.
Yeah.
Is maintain the Senate so that you can continue to put federal judges. And, look, we have seen the implications of this, of just like Trump judges doing things like, the mandate for masks on planes. We have seen it in the context of Title 42, frankly. We have seen it in the context of any number of things that are just a federal judge rules that they can't do this, or maybe there's a small panel of judges in the D.C. Circuit Court. And so this is, it's hugely important, particularly at a time where, the progressives in the Democratic Party are not ascendant, particularly at a time where there is the smallest margin of Democratic control of the government that, one can imagine, more or less, and certainly one that's ever existed in my lifetime. To the extent, and I don't know that there's ever been a party that has had control of all 3 branches of government and it be so slim. I'm not making excuses here. This is a reality. And when you talk about that 50th vote in the Senate, the value of Manchin being there is simply judges, period. End of story. The guy, his polling went up by 17 points when he crushed the Build Back Better. With that said, I do think that at this time last year, Joe Biden could have made a different decision and could have kept Manchin on his heels. No surprise here. Rand Paul has won re-election in the Republican primary in Kentucky.
Woohoo!
I would love to see how many people wrote in his neighbor, but that's neither here nor there.
Maybe they were too busy voting for Charles Booker.
But the point is, the most important thing is the Democrats maintain the Senate, and then of course the House. And it feels like there's more opportunity to maintain the Senate than there is the House, and that sounds counterintuitive, I think, on some level. But
we knew this going into this year, right? The map was more favored in terms of like Democratic incumbents, like by 2/3. I think, gosh, am I completely getting things mixed up? But that it was more likely to get pickups in 2022 than it was in 2020 is my recollection.
For Democrats
in
the
Democrats,
Senate.
Yeah.
And
that's why Warnock and Ossoff was just like such a massive moment.
Yep. And
they didn't do anything with
we
it.
know, particularly in the wake of the New York redistricting, that just on sheer generic terms, the Republicans should take control of the House. But
Rand
we'll see.
Paul has won, and it appears Decision Desk says Charles Booker will win, which is no surprise either. But at the same time, like, that's better than narrowly losing, as Matt was saying before the show, narrowly losing a Democratic primary to Amy McGrath. Even though, like, what was so shitty about that was it was the pandemic year. He was getting so much momentum towards the end of his race. And they had sent out ballots so far in advance that it just was too much to overcome. But I like, I mean, look, I think it's a real uphill battle for Charles Booker in Kentucky, but he's the right kind of candidate. And this is like what's so important. I'm sorry if I'm talking too much, but this is what's so important about that kind of candidate versus, frankly, a Jamie Harrison candidate, a Beto O'Rourke right now, or like, in Georgia, Stacey Abrams was a good example of what Charles Booker can do.
Yes.
You build an infrastructure in the
exactly.
state of Kentucky, as she did in the state of Georgia, versus what Jamie Harrison did. Lots of outside money being poured in, no infrastructure being created, and frankly, same as Beto O'Rourke.
That was exactly the point that I was going to make. This is when you get a candidate like Charles Booker, who, if I had to bet, and certainly I'm sure that Emma will, just because it's a compulsion.
Mm-hmm. Thanks.
But if I had to bet, I would bet that Charles Booker's not necessarily going to win. But the value of contributing to a campaign like that, and the value of both, volunteering and contributing, is that you are building an infrastructure that is the legacy of that campaign is going to exist beyond the end of that campaign. Now, it's possible, who knows? One never knows. And Booker's I think, a very adept politician, was, I think, a ranking member of the Democrats in the Kentucky State House. So the guy is a talented politician. He is, I interviewed him, I think, in the last cycle, maybe it was 2 years ago now. And he's just an incredibly impressive person. I mean, I've interviewed a lot of politicians running for office, and I can count on my hand the ones that I was like, wow. And he was one of those people. And so a campaign like that, and this is, maybe he runs again, who knows what other position, but a campaign like that starts to build support in the party. And it also is going to help, Yarmouth is resigning.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know the makeup of that district, but
it's an unfortunate resignation.
To have a guy like Booker, bringing people to the polls is going to help other Democrats in other races.
100%.
And so this is a big deal. You know what? Let's do we have an ETA on Weigel?
He's coming in now.
Oh, he's coming now? All right, great. We will wait. We can get rid of the...
Okay.
Yeah, let's go back to our Tisha. Biden job approval, 40... Wow, that's pretty bad. That's not great. It is... I think, obviously, part of that is there's a lot of dissatisfaction amongst Democrats who are upset about the Build Back Better, who are upset about, here we go. What is this? Feeling about how things are going in the U.S. Concerned. I think so much of this is, I think inflation is there, but consumer spending doesn't seem to be down. I imagine the economy
Part
is
of it's that we don't hear from him.
Well, that's the interesting thing, is that when I talk to normies, and which I do on occasion, I actually talk to people who are not involved who are not in this room. They all say, like, where's Joe Biden?
Yep.
And it's almost as if the country got addicted to the idea of hearing from the president every day.
It's that, but it's also that Biden is not able to communicate in the way he should be at this point in his life.
And I think the other part is, this is not a guy who is brimming with energy, and he's not showing up even if it's non-substantive.
Or selling his agenda, or
Feeling tired of what is it about politics right now? Are Republicans higher than Democrats? I missed.
I mean,
that.
people don't even like. I get also at when I talk to.
Where's Weigel? Is he jumping in? What's going on? Oh, all right. We have. How's he having trouble with ping? Oh my God, Weigel. Jesus. Well, he's only a reporter. Well, you know the problem is he's
always on the road.
86% concerned or scared about how things are going.
Oh God, love to see Chris Wallace on CNN. You know, diversity of voices.
You know, you look at first midterms after a new president, and that's what we got, a new president.
Okay, yes, this is the most obvious hackneyed point that one could make. It's good that they brought him on.
Well, he was he launched his show on CNN Plus, and it was right. No, that was. Do you remember that?
That lasted 5 minutes.
Yeah. We could also just have him call into the phone lines.
What's happening? He can't access it at all. Can we bring him in through Zoom or something? Can we try and do something to get the show going? Sam, I paid $10 so I could become a member and message you. I am a 24-year-old from northern Arizona. I am a pro-life anti-vaxxer who supports voter ID and is against illegal immigration. If you don't debate me, you are a coward according to your own logic. Okay, I want you to IM me your area code right now, Radio Free America, and you are going to come on. I'm not going to make you pay more money, but we'll come on and I will debate you. I promise you.
We have Weigel.
All right, we have Weigel, and we'll do it. We'll do it tonight. So send in the thing, and when we take phone calls, I will take you right after we take John from San Antonio. That is a promise because of your $10. Ladies and gentlemen, want to welcome back to the program.
Just set up the shot to 10 seconds.
I want to welcome back to the program this man who is a master of technology, has been able to pipe it. He looks like he's in a basement. We're about to set up the. Also looks like he's frozen. Yep, he is frozen.
Dave, can you hear us?
He's not.
Yeah, I can hear
hey
everything.
Dave, can you hear us?
Yeah, I'm in the office. I can hear you.
Oh, okay, man, that is not a fancy office.
No, I think it looks fancier if I walk around, but it's more fancy than Twitch. It took 10 minutes to set up. Apologize.
You would have thought the Bezos bucks would have gotten more, gotten better space for you, huh?
Yeah, let's definitely talk about this the whole time.
Yeah.
I was just going to say the CIA's technology's gotten really soft, but
well, you can't just put CIA on a building and have like marble counters and what else is fancy? I don't know what's fancy. Big windows, that fancy? I mean, the CIA you need to be in a safe house. You need to protect your identity. You can't have people poking around. Vloggers are always on the watch.
I don't want to spend too much time on this, but you do have the classic CIA in Latin America white sport coat on. It's not. I'm sure that's just a coincidence. I wouldn't worry about it. Dave,
it is my rules. If it's over 70 degrees, I wear the white linen blazer now. It's going to be my thing for the summer.
So you're saying over 70 degrees is hot, Dave, right?
All right, let's not get into this.
I'm saying that.
Okay, we have time to kill.
One of the premier election reporters in the country, and all we're doing is talking about his sport coat and his CIA affiliations. Dave, let's just talk about the piece you wrote, I think it was yesterday or today, about the tremendous amount of money. There's almost double the amount of money in the Democratic primaries this year as there was in 2020. Will you talk about that and where this money's coming from, why it's pouring in?
Yeah, this money is coming from a few different places, but with the same intent, which is wealthy donors, donors often to AIPAC, to Republicans, spraying their money around to PACs that are airdropping into districts really in the last 3 weeks with negative advertising and then with positive advertising for the candidates they want to win. So you've got Democratic Majority for Israel, you have AIPAC's new PAC, United Democracy, you have mainstream Democrats, which is a nice one. That's the Reid Hoffman from LinkedIn PAC. Then you have some traditional some things that have been playing in these races before. They're back, but the amount of money in these, I would add Protect Our Future, which is Sam Bankman-Fried, the cryptocurrency billionaire. That PAC has jumped into races only with, I mean, it rarely spends less than $1 million. And as we're talking, we're going to get the results from a Kentucky race in Louisville between Attica Scott and Attica Scott, who was opposed by this money, is going to lose. I think she was an underdog anyway, but it's because of this $1 million that went to Protect Our Future. The state Senate minority leader has a huge advantage over her, and you're going to see that in a bigger way later tonight in Oregon. That PAC, Sam Bankman-Fried's funded PAC, spent more than $10 million for a candidate there focused on pandemic preparedness, not like a right-wing candidate, but a candidate who's not from the Democratic Party ladder. He's not a progressive activist with a record. That has totally blown that race up. But all across the country, I mean, one thing I'm watching are these races: Summerlee in Pennsylvania, Nita Alam in North Carolina, Jamie McLeod Skinner in Oregon. A couple of these races where money flowed in at the last minute to stop progressives from winning.
That's a Carrick Flynn guy, right? Just clarifying.
Carrick Flynn is the pandemic expert. Yes.
Right. So
who
he was
really is a pandemic expert.
Okay. I mean, it's interesting, though, that field's so crowded, and that it seemed like he was able in the final, in the 11th hour, to get a large campaign contribution from this crypto billionaire. It's just like an interesting dynamic why that even happened in that race in particular.
Yeah, he's from the effective altruist community. His wife is. They knew she had worked for an organization that Sam Bankman-Fried donated to. They haven't talked. I mean, I interviewed both him and his wife about it. They didn't get deep into the details of how they got to know this community, but basically through networking. It's not as direct as Peter Thiel and J.D. Vance having employed him or having employed Blake Masters. It's not that direct, but it's similar, where you have a very wealthy person for whom he has the amount of money where you can't spend enough to spend it down and lose it, and not have enough to do it. I mean, look at Bill Gates' fortune. It's similar to that. He has an endless amount of money, and just through a couple of connections, he decided, okay, this candidate who's a politically uncorrupt non-insider who focused on pandemic preparedness, that's my guy. And he has run a campaign that has driven everyone else in this race kind of crazy. You have one guy in this race who made his fortune, ironically, in crypto, put his money into the race, and then all of a sudden this happened, $10 million worth. I mean, those polls close at 11 on the East Coast, 8 o'clock in Oregon. It's all mail. That's going to take a while to figure out. But that is a race, I think, that woke up a lot of people to how much money is sloshing around these primaries. And then over the last 2 weeks, I mean, the period I was writing about, a lot of these candidates were pointing out, like, hey, what are we going to do here? Local Democrats, are you okay with this? Can democracy as we know it survive if this succeeds? That's one of their closing arguments. What are we going to do if people keep spending this money at the last minute? Do we just let them buy elections?
So wait a second. So the one in Oregon seems to be an outlier in terms of the ideological sort of deployment of this cash. But the other ones all seem to be pushing back against, specifically trying to create a firewall against progressive candidates. Is that right? And if so,
yes.
What's the agenda there? Is it just a function of we want to make sure that the Democratic Party is solid when it comes to, unconditional support of Israel? Or is it, sort of one of those like Paul Wolfowitz moments where it's like, it's one thing we can all agree on, that nobody wants a progressive in this seat because, we all have our pet issues that are going to be in some way threatened by having an actual progressive in these seats?
Oh, it's a lot of the latter, and the people who are behind these efforts will tell you about it. I mean, Sam Bankman-Fried will tell you it's about effective altruism, but when I talk to folks at AIPAC and the Democratic Majority for Israel, they'll lay it out. They say, okay, in Ohio last summer, DMFI put in a bunch of money at the last minute, beat Nina Turner. We think we can multiply that and do that in other races, and they'll say so. The intent is, I'm talking about AIPAC and DMFI, is stopping progressives from winning primaries, and especially stopping anyone who has said that they would condition aid to Israel on something or other. So that's that's some of these challengers. That's also people like Rashida Tlaib, people like Cory Bush, people like Jamal Bowman, people that they couldn't beat in previous primaries. That's something that they're definitely thinking about. Is if this worked against Nina Turner and it works in these other races, can we do it in other places? I mean, even in Austin, Greg Kazar won the primary 2 months ago. It was the first clear progressive victory here, right? For this all city councilman, progressive, and was a triumph without a runoff. And the lesson they took from that was, DMFI especially, was, oh, well, we had a candidate in that race. We kind of got in a little bit too late. It wasn't worth investing because the lead was too big. In the future, we're going to target them a little bit earlier and wipe them out. And the messaging is rarely about Israel. It's usually this candidate, this progressive candidate, hates Democrats, is trying to disrupt the party, hates Joe Biden. Rarely is Israel the actual message, and they'll promote the candidate they are supporting. Mainstream Democrats is the same thing by almost presenting them as a progressive by saying, this candidate, you reelect them, they want a $15 minimum wage. They're fighting to lower prescription drug costs, things like that. Even in cases like the other Oregon seat, like Kurt Schrader's seat, where he was against that, where Schrader was the impediment to getting prescription drug reform and Build Back Better. They're running on, well, he's trying now, and he has a bill that could pass now. It's been, as you can understand, aggravating to a lot of the local Democrats. It's not clear beyond Democratic Party folks if all the people getting endless mail, seeing endless ads, if they reacted the same way Democratic candidates did, which is what the heck is going on.
Well, tinfoil hat time, right? Do you think that there's more money going into AIPAC because that's an easier vehicle for discrediting progressive candidates than other groups coming in and spending money, because there's the perception, like, that we could attack X progressive candidate in this way when, as anti-Israel, as opposed to, I don't know, another interest group coming in?
But again, it's not even how they attack them. They're not saying, don't vote for this person, they're anti-Israel. There is some of that going on behind the scenes, but that's not the main message. The message in the district is that. The message when they're talking about their strategy more broadly is, yes, we want zero progressives who are critical of Israel elected. And if you go to mainstream Democrats, that's the Reid Hoffman group, it is, we think it is bad when members of the squad win. Third Way thinks it is bad when members of the squad and people who be allied or vote with the squad when they win. They want to stop them. They also, beyond the policy, and they're I guess they're creatures of messaging. How much do they believe this? How much are they being paid to say this? But their argument is, look, they're bad for us. These squad Democrats get elected, and there's negative stuff about them, and they hurt the whole party. So let's stop them before they can become a problem for us. That is a strategy. They're frankly really open about it.
It's fascinating in the sense that I don't know if we've ever had this type of dynamic. I mean, aside from even just like primaries, put that aside for a second, but a group that is basically pursuing an agenda, but becomes almost like a funnel for this cash. And because they're, for, like I say, this wide array of, Paul Wolfowitz, and this is the one thing we can agree on. We don't want a progressive. We all have our own different reasons. But it just so happens that AIPAC stumbled upon this strategy, has the capacity to raise this money. I imagine some of that money is coming from Republicans as well, because there is the idea of supporting Israel unconditionally is sort of transpartisan, if you will. And so I'm sure there's some Republican money that goes in there. It's a twofer for them as well. Is this, I presume this is what Sanders, in calling on Jamie Harrison they can't really say no PAC money, right? Because people can spend however they want in this country because of freedom. But they can have the Democratic Party say, we discourage, we will, I don't know, what could the DNC, let's say Bernie Sanders was able to basically say, Jamie Harrison, you have to listen to me, whatever reason he decides he's going to, and none of this is going to happen. But what could the DNC do? How would that work if they said no PAC money?
What they could do is something like the blacklist that was done against progressives you saw this in the last cycle, which is saying if you're a consultant who's working with one of these efforts, you can't work with any other Democrats. Now, I don't think that would stop everybody because you're getting paid either way. But are there people who might say, well, I don't know if I want to help DMFI out, it means I can't work with anybody. That's a way you could implement that. The DNC has not responded to the letter, to reporters or in public quite yet. I mean, we'll see if they do. But they could not say this PAC's not allowed to spend money anymore. They could find some sort of sanction for super PACs, and maybe something narrowly tailored that's not attacking the super PACs they like. I mean, saying if you applied Sanders's idea unilaterally, you'd have, Emily List PAC would be unable to spend money. There's a independent expenditure created by Justice Democrats. Now, if there was the unilateral disarmament, they might be happy not raising and spending that money. But the DNC would have to put out some sort of rule on this. I don't think that's super likely right now. They haven't responded. But it's the courts. I mean, you just saw today, the Supreme Court making it legal for a candidate to loan his campaign money and then get paid back for that debt by donors. The Supreme Court, and the court, by extension, every court, is not going to say, okay, you can't have a billionaire spend $10 million at the last minute and buy an election. That is the law right now. So all Sanders can say is highlight this. That has some effect. Again, if there is a victory in any of these races tonight, all these candidates, all these progressives I'm talking about, highlighted this money, attacked it, said that there was outside pressure, people were trying to buy the vote. So if there's a negative social cost to that, and there are voters who say, that's gross, I won't vote for that, that could stop this, or maybe not, because the same thing happened after the Nina Turner race, and that only encouraged DMFI, etc.
I guess let's see. Oh, I guess we're
no. That's
looking,
just it's pretend.
This is
breaking
Trump
news by CNN.
endorsements. Yeah. I guess the only sort of like positive upside from this is that these candidates, even when they're running to knock genuine progressives out of the box, they are having to pretend that their candidates are supporting progressive issues. I mean, I guess that is at least encouraging. I mean, I'm looking for scraps now, but
well, no, you're right, and it's the same thing. I don't want to compare too much, but when a pro-Trump group, when a business beats some pro-Trump MAGA candidate they think is unelectable, they say, here's our guy. He loves Trump. He always poured on Trump. He's MAGA. He says, let's go Brandon. And that's kind of the story in Pennsylvania. And the version of that you're seeing with these independent expenditures from DFMI is this candidate supports, basically listing the Biden agenda that has been blocked by Joe Manchin in the Senate. You're seeing this is not this week, it's next week, but in Henry Cuellar race, that's the messaging from mainstream Democrats there. Is Henry Cuellar is fighting for a $15 minimum wage. Henry Cuellar is fighting for family leave. Things that progressives ran on, things that they voted for. I mean, every member of the squad, for example, voted for that. The Build Back Better passed the House. And they're just kind of pretending on TV, well, this candidate doesn't. You saw the same thing in Ohio with Turner. The most memorable version of this was because Turner voted against the Democratic platform, and because that, you get in the weeds, but Bernie encouraged, didn't say his delegates had to vote for the platform. A lot of it said voted against the Democratic platform because it didn't go far enough. That was Nina Turner was one of those delegates, and it pretended that because she voted against the Democratic platform, she opposed universal health care.
Right.
So their message was vote for the Democrat, who supports universal health care, which is our candidate. That is a tactic. It's a little reminiscent of Pete Buttigieg without the kind of negging of progressives, but adopting the popular brand without an action plan to do it, or without a promise that this member of Congress is actually going to go to Congress and do it. It's just, hey, that thing you like, they will cover it. This other person that we're introducing you to for the first time with our super PAC, don't trust them. They're not going to do it. That's kind of the message.
I don't want to get too apocalyptic here. I'm trying to stay positive, and maybe I just need to have more to drink. But do you recall? And you've been doing this for almost 20 years now, I guess. Do you recall a trend in elections where like this particular dynamic took place, where it was basically like, we're not actually even going to fight the question of ideology. We're going to assume like they're just using money to lie super effectively about that in on some way projecting that they're more progressive than the other candidates. Like they're not engaging in a fight about issues. They're just lying about where they stand, and they have enough money that they can do that very effectively. So people think they're going to the polls and they're pulling the lever for someone they actually think is more in tune with their progressive politics than That's why they're voting that way. And they're just wrong because the enormous amount of influx of cash has convinced them, has basically done a bait and switch on them.
I think that's fair. I'm not sure if this is the first time I've seen it done to this level, but in fairness, it would be that fair, but in fairness, they're not running candidates who don't endorse these things. At some level, they'll endorse these things, but they're not progressive activists who are going to hold Pelosi's feet to the fire, fight for however you want to put it. They're not that devoted to it. In some cases, they are more centrist. Like there are candidates who say they support a Green New Deal, candidates who say some other verbiage that's not that. They're not backing like a secret right winger. They're backing a more kind of replacement level Democrat who's not going to make any noise. I mean, Chantal Brown is not a right winger, except on Israel, she's called on the administration to go to not make another version of the Iran deal, for example.
Right.
So she's opposed the administration on that. But on the rest of it, she has co-sponsored Medicare for All. She's co-sponsored stuff. She's just not getting in the mix and saying, "Here's what I'm going to do to pass it."
Right, but Dave, is it kind of a mix of both, they're posturing as progressive and I can actually get it done, plus I am a true Democrat, like having it both ways in the sense that, Democratic primary voters want, they have strong party affiliation and they want to know that you're going to be like a true blue Democrat, and I think maybe I'm just thinking more of the Nina Turner race, but they were able to effectively message her as like, oh, she's not as committed to Joe Biden, to the Democratic Party brand as Brown, for example.
That has been pretty effective, and in some of these races, they've one change I should say is that in Ohio in August 2021, the messaging was they're supporting Joe Biden and this other candidate isn't, and in that race, Nina Turner had stuff on the record where she was critical of Joe Biden. She had the bowl of shit comment, which which never lived down. I mean, it was this comment to a reporter once, and because they weaponized it, it worked. These are candidates who don't really have that record, so they just kind of introduce them as problems in the Democratic Party, but not really they're disloyal to Joe Biden, because not in every district is that a good thing. I mean, in the Cuellar race, Biden is not very popular in that district. He's under 50, but not like in the 30s. But he's not that popular, so the messaging is not about Biden. It's about basically the progressive agenda. It's that he will support the $15 minimum wage, and he'll support this Democratic agenda that is being blocked. It is not making, and so it's funny in that race because there are ideological arguments. I mean, Cuellar is much more in favor of funding border security, if not a wall, than Cisneros is. Maybe she isn't. They have ideological differences on abortion. They're not talking about that. It is just kind of framing a few things like, if you want to be ungenerous about it, boxes that this member of Congress is going to check and say, all right, I'm on this bill too. I mean, if you deal with Hakeem Jeffries, who's third rank in the House, he'll be on some of these bills, and they'll say, oh, well, see, the leadership supports this bill, but they're not doing anything to advance it. That's a commonality between these candidates, I think.
And we should say in Cisneros's, in Cuellar's case, the district changed from last time around. And so there's got to be some, or at least the voting patterns changed a little bit in terms of Trump, is my understanding. But we should say Ted Budd is now, at least from Dave Wasserman, is being called the winner of the GOP primary for the Senate.
Really early.
What can you tell us about Ted Budd?
Yeah, Ted Budd is a just kind of junior congressman who ambitiously got into the race. He's not made a lot of noise like a Mo Brooks or like a Matt Gaetz. He has voted reliably with Trump. Voted a condition of getting the Trump endorsement if you're in office is to vote to challenge the 2020 election. He did that for you. So he's done those things, but he's basically a down the line Trump right winger. I mean, like the average member of the House. He got into politics. I mean, he was owned a gun shop. I mean, he was a small businessman in the Second Amendment industry, let's say. Won a crowded primary. This time just kind of ran away with it because the Club for Growth was on his side too, and they both promoted him, but they more attacked Pat McCrory and pretended that he was an anti-Trump liberal. So Budd is not somebody, people knew that he had the advantages here. But Budd is, I mean, the reason you're not seeing him on TV as much as you're seeing JD Vance is like he's not running an ideological, post-Trump, post-liberal campaign. He's just kind of a Republican who they think can fill the seat.
Well, who got Trump's endorsement, right? And it's funny you mentioned Club for Growth because I'm checking out this New York Times coverage of it. And you mentioned J.D. Vance as well. J.D. Vance gets Trump's endorsement and he wins that primary. Club for Growth's candidate loses, which was like a funny little split because it that also mimicked, I think, what happened with Trump versus Ted Cruz in 2016. But now both Trump and Club for Growth were behind him, and they spent like millions of dollars on his behalf. But really, what this is showing, I think, so far, and I think in Kentucky, all of Trump's endorsed candidates seem to win as well. Really significant start in terms of Trump endorsed candidates getting a lot of wins really early on. I mean, like even more so than we'd seen in previous years.
And let me just add to that comment. And is that a function of Trump becoming more savvy as to who is a better candidate, or is it a function of Trump's endorsement having more impact now than it did 4 years ago, even?
It's different from state to state. I mean, if you want to put a Trump win-loss record on the board, he lost one in Nebraska last week. Not that decisive.
I mean, that guy was like literally a domestic abuser, like 8 times over. I mean, that's a long shot.
Had a ton of problems. Like the whole party establishment was against him. They had another candidate who was inoffensive, had not criticized Trump in any way. It was honestly just Trump was friends with this guy from way back and endorsed him, so he can lose one.
We were in the same domestic abusers club, and
I think it was by the end of the campaign, 10 women who accused him of groping, and he just kind of tried to beast it out and say, "Well, they accused Trump of stuff, and they accused me of stuff. Ipso facto, don't believe anything." And it didn't.
We
quite,
had a club in Manhattan
go over, but he won,
where we would come and trade stories
of
of groping, and so that's one of the things you stick together.
Club for grope.
There's nothing. Exactly. All right, I'm sorry, Dave. You're not. Dave's a reporter. He can't,
sorry.
He cannot.
Dave, please laugh at my joke.
He cannot endorse the concept of a club.
I haven't even started drinking yet.
Right. All right. Sorry, Dave. Go ahead. Sorry. Ignore that comment.
It's okay.
I'm a woman.
No,
I get to say
but anyway, the Trump record is like all over the place. That's why I've been focusing a lot on what Democrats and the left are up to, because there is a ton of focus on what Trump is doing already. It matters. I mean, the fact that he can move these votes, he might lose, quote unquote, lose one in Pennsylvania tonight if Dr. Oz doesn't beat Kathy Barnett. But you're going to have a candidate who went all out for Trump, who went to DC on January 6th to praise him. I mean, like I cover race to race, but the party is clearly just driven by Trump's whims. Even if he doesn't endorse a candidate, is whatever his agenda is. And in other races, I was looking at every campaign ad running in North Carolina, because you've got Madison Cawthorn's race where he's depending on Trump's endorsement. But even guys who are kind of coasting, like Patrick McHenry, who's been there 20 years running an ad, every mention of the ad is Trump, 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 Trump. The reason why is because he did not vote to challenge the 2020 election.
Yeah.
So that's like, it's kind of just the price of admission. Every Tuesday there are these races where the Republicans built their campaign around praising Trump. That is how they're going to run. I'm kind of used to that for the rest of the cycle. If you're looking for new angles every week, you got to just go for who are the people? Because in some cases he's trying to carry over. Like Ted Budd is somebody that Mitch McConnell is very happy with. Some of the candidates that he supports, the party is not going to be happy with. Madison Cawthorn, for example, everyone but Madison Cawthorn, but would be very happy if he lost tonight.
Speaking of, he from 1 minute ago, Nate Cohn says Madison Cawthorn trails by 11 points among early voters in his closely watched primary contest. I mean, who knows what that means? But early voters, maybe they trend to be they're older, maybe so. Like I'm not sure what that portends, but interesting development, because there was an all-out assault on him in the weeks leading up to this.
Yeah. So in that race. This is actually a little similar to Ohio 11. So that race, Nina Turner was in a very crowded primary, but Shontel Brown, the chair of the Cuyahoga Democrats, kind of established herself, started raising money, got the DMFI support, and she got effectively a one-on-one race, got 50% of the vote. What happened in the 11th district with Cawthorn is that there was a very crowded field. So he left the district, and then he came back to vote he moved back from he didn't move. They had a map, Republicans approved a map, and they said, here's a new safe seat near Charlotte. And Cawthorn said, okay, I'm going to run that district instead, because it's more Republican and I'll be more safe. Then the court threw that map out, state Supreme Court. He went back and said, I'm coming back to Asheville. I'm coming back to the 11th district. in that period, a bunch of candidates jumped into this race, and they did not jump out. Nobody said, all right, I'll make way for this guy. But what happened is the state senator, Chuck Edwards, who is businessman, one of the sort of the Republicans who has voted for this very conservative agenda in Raleigh. The entire, Republicans, since they won the state legislature back in 2010, just pass whatever they feel like, even if the governor vetoes it, they override them. He established himself, and he had support from Tom Tillis, the senator, the Speaker of the State House. He kind of got in there and pushed himself forward as the credible conservative Republican who was not going to go to Washington and embarrass people. And it was funny, if you watched his ads, the old Mr. Show sketch with the two supermarkets that are there at war, and the ads kept getting more and more negative. Edwards started out, and he had an ad that was referring generally to how, well, I'm not a celebrity, I'm not running to be on TikTok, yada, yada. And as the ads went on, it was very clear Madison Cawthorn is a celebrity. He's a terrible congressman. He's not gonna, and he established himself as like the guy to beat, the guy who could beat Cawthorn in that race. TBD, but in that early vote, Edwards did very well. Remember, North Carolina has a 30% runoff threshold. So if anyone 30%, they win. If the thought for Cawthorn was, if you can crack 30%, too bad they missed their shot. So all Edwards needs to do is, if he
keep him below 30.
Gets more than 30%, he's got it. If he keeps Cawthorn at 29.4%, then he gets into a runoff where you're going to have even more Republicans going after him. And I think Cawthorn's going to do better with some of that vote that came in today because of Trump rating his endorsement. But that's the thing to watch.
I didn't realize that was Asheville, right? I mean, that seems like that should be a district that Democrats could focus on, given like I just know of it a little bit as more lefty. So, that's just a little surprising to me that Cawthorn's the representative. But I don't know. Beasley wins in North Carolina. That's not unexpected.
Everyone jumped out of that race before that happened.
Let's just talk about that North Carolina race now that we know who the two candidates are. Does Beasley have a shot in North Carolina?
She does. She's a very good candidate. She's raised a lot of money. I think the road got actually a little harder for her once Bud started to pull away, because she was benefiting from this primary between McCrory and Bud being so messy. But she's not made a mistake. She's kind of been out in front on a few issues, introduced herself early. It's just a very tough state, and it's not the toughest state. I think the presidential race has been within 5 points since 2008, basically, in one direction or the other. It is Democrats can win statewide there, and they do half the time, a little bit less than half the time. It's just Bud is not. Again, he's just a generic Tea Party era Republican with them on everything and doesn't have a ton of gas. So surprise each other with
he's
gas.
Just a lunatic.
But he's not like
a modern lunatic.
Yeah, he's not like Madison Cawthorn. He doesn't have or he's not Kathy Barnett, who nobody knows. So it's like this is the kind of year where it's like, okay, Republican +4 state with a Republican who doesn't make a lot of mistakes and a Democrat who doesn't make a lot of mistakes. Start from that baseline, and she's the underdog, but she's a very good recruit, and the fact that she cleared the field was said a lot about it.
All right, so Dave, let me ask you this question. I mean, from my perspective, the Senate is the most important thing from the perspective of the Democrats holding. Are there races that you are looking at in terms of the Senate that you think if this person wins or that person wins, the balance of the Senate could turn on it?
Pennsylvania is very close to that. Or I really think McCormick, as unconvincing as he often was, and the polls aren't close yet. This hedge fund CEO who jumped into the race, I do think he has the ability to just kind of morph in whatever he wants and spend a ton of money. If Barnett wins over him, that is just now. There are people who think, well, she's black. If Fetterman's the nominee, she can make something out of his jogger incident in 2013. But that's complicated. And also, nobody knows who she is. So she's got to undergo some vetting. I feel Republicans will admit with that one, okay, we would be much better off if she was not the nominee there. Looking down the line, I don't think there's anything quite that obvious. Like Ron Johnson's going to win the nomination again in that state. It's Adam Laxalt and Sam Brown in Nevada are both, pretty average candidates who are trying to hope that the year is good for them. So I think that's Pennsylvania is really the one we're watching right now is the one where that comes into play.
Okay. So in other words, Nevada and Wisconsin, it is whoever the ultimate candidate is going to be. We know it's going to be Ron Johnson in Wisconsin, but whoever the ultimate candidate is,
like all the Democrats there are pretty, I'd say they have different strategies, but the same sort of chance at winning the thing.
There's a generic quality to those races in terms of like that is going to be a function of what happens on a national level, but Pennsylvania could make a big difference. What about Dr. Oz? I mean, my sense is that Fetterman does well against a big moneyed Republican. He does well against a big moneyed Republican who has like an accent and is just like a TV star. And because of the nature of the Republican Party, that in Pennsylvania, if they run an African-American candidate, and I also get the sense that they feel like there's something there that they're worried about because they've done like a 180 on her. I feel like Fetterman's in a pretty good spot, assuming his health holds out, to win that race, regardless of who they put up against him.
Yeah, so I've covered him for a long time and known him for a while. He's an introverted guy. He's not like a big in-your-face, like talking point politician. I think Connor Lamb is, and both Malcolm Miata as well. They're better, I think, at capturing an argument into 60 seconds and talking about what they would do than Fetterman is. And this operation, I mean, at this point, I mean, just back up a little bit. The president is 79 and had an aneurysm in the 80s, right? Like the voters have been able to get past some health problems that they think the candidate's healthy. You look at Bernie Sanders has a heart attack. Everyone who said, I guess the campaign's over, looked pretty silly at that moment. I mean, the idea was that he was in a collapse and everyone else going to come in. So Fetterman, it helps that he's 100 feet tall and looks like he looks. Like the idea of him being kind of laid back, laid out by this has not permeated. We have like literally no votes counted because the polls haven't closed yet. But I think that might be risky in an election. And the way he handled that, I mean, this is the reason why Fetterman, who, was a Bernie guy in 2016, 2020, he was not the guy that Chuck Schumer wanted to be the nominee in 2016 when they lost the same seat. He's impressed Democrats just through raising money and sticking to it. And also Giselle Fetterman, his wife, filled in kind of as a campaign surrogate once he fell ill and has been a huge asset. I mean, she's just charismatic. It's a new model. There's not many Senate candidates where they have a family that is well known on social media and have a following. But when I've been to Fetterman events, people have T-shirts they made that say, I'm voting for Giselle's husband. It is the only race where I feel like the Democrat has sort of memed himself into a different zone. Like he's not running as I am the DSCC guy who said all the right stuff. He's running as a very unique person. And even his record, so he's more left wing on a lot of things than Fetterman is, but he picks his issues. And the Republicans have had Oppo in him. They're going to pull up stuff about Medicare for all. They're going to try to portray him as the sort of Democrat who's going to destroy your health care. I don't think we want to have a little debate now. It's how they're going to do that with any Democrat.
Right.
But that is the thing there. If you've got a guy who's very well known and has generally pretty popular policies versus somebody who nobody knows, the first attention on her is hyper negative. That looks like he's above the expectations already of what Democrats were going to do this year in Pennsylvania. They were very worried. They did not think the nomination on somebody with a ton of problems, and that might happen.
Edwards is up on Cawthorn by almost 10 percentage points now, with about 27,000 votes in, I think it was. And so Cawthorn could be in trouble, which is a bummer for me. I mean, anybody who's going to be talking about the Republican orgies, I feel like they deserve a shot. They deserve a second term, but that's just me. All right. So is there anything else? I mean, Dave, is there something else that you'd be like, oh, well, if I was writing this piece tonight, we forgot to include this particular race?
You did it pretty comprehensively. I mean, I think we mentioned the Schrader.
I love your sport coat. I love your sport coat.
we mentioned the Schrader race. I feel like that one is there's enough Democrats who are kind of wary about that. Like they don't love Kurt Schrader and he doesn't love Nancy Pelosi. It's pretty well known, but I think that if he ends up losing there is going to be a big story that, I mean, we wrote about it at the Post and the trailer, but a story I did not hear a lot about. And I feel the fact that Joe Biden endorsed a guy who could lose that is going to be a bigger deal.
Who
but everything
could he
else,
lose it to?
yeah.
Who could he lose it to?
It would be Jamie McLeod Skinner. So who's this Democrat who's a lawyer and kind of emergency preparedness, emergency expert in Bend in rural Oregon, who she ran for like a safe R seat where she was always going to lose and did very well in 2018. She kind of kept running. So he's trying to portray her as a perennial candidate who can't win. But her rep is like an interesting, and she's openly gay, married to her wife, and is just.
But it's not like an ideological fight at that point, right? It's more of just like a unique, like an authenticity type of fight.
There's some ideology in it because her argument is basically, I'm for the Biden agenda and I'm running against a guy who opposed it. I'm running against the Joe. She calls him the Joe Manchin of Oregon. That's one. We barely mentioned Pennsylvania governor, but Doug Mastriano, if he wins that, you're going to have, if it's him and Barnett, two candidates top of the ballot who were in DC protest the election on January 6th. So that is going to be, but Mastriano, if he wins that, it's going to be a thing.
Interesting. All right. Well, Dave Weigel, always a pleasure. It's been too long. I mean, I cannot, honestly, I mean, you've so upped your sartorial game. You living in LA now, right? Is that what's going on here?
I do, but I'm in the DC office right now. All the nice fluorescent lights, which are actually hotter than the outside. Yeah.
I feel like LA, it's like you've just gotten chicer.
Yeah, that's probably it. I mean, I definitely was the only person. I was just out in the city earlier today. Definitely the only person not wearing black. Right. Whereas in LA, I'm the only person not wearing like a tiger print or like a shirt from a 1983 Road Speedwagon show worn ironically. Like this. So I definitely feel less blended in LA and more, but again, more of the sore thumb with this. But I'm wearing it anyway. I mean, they can't cancel.
I like it.
They can't cancel me for wearing linen.
And I am going to. I don't have really any authority to say that this is post Memorial Day, but I'm going to say it anyways. It's post Memorial Day. You break out the white suit. That's what I say. And so, Dave Weigel, let Emma wants to jump back on. She had to go.
Do I?
Do you,
no, I want to say goodbye, but hold on. But I was eating some pizza, so I gotta.
If Emma is not like fed every 45 minutes, she there's a problem.
There is a bit of an issue, yeah.
Yeah, I
don't really know. Maybe I should see a doctor about it.
We're working on some type of IV system where we can pump in liquefied cashews into her body. But
the issue was I just tried to open some red wine too, and the cork broke, and it sprayed on myself. So I'm wearing a white shirt. Luckily, it's kind of at the bottom, but
we're just practicing for the election.
Yeah.
Dave, really appreciate your time today.
No, and sorry for the snafu about logging on a little bit late, but I will make more time.
We build that in.
This one started a little bit early. Got crazy.
We build that in.
But thank you.
We build that in.
Thank you. But please, I'm happy to be back anytime because we got a lot of these coming up.
Yeah, no, honestly, it's
thank you.
Super grateful you come on. Thank you.
All right, folks. Bye. Dave Weigel. Aside from his work with the CIA, so the Republican Party primary put this up on the thing, continuing our coverage by CNN of the races in Pennsylvania.
It is also too early to call the Senate primary featuring Lieutenant Governor John Fetterman.
I'm going to say it's too early to call either the Democratic or Republican primaries.
That's my sense too.
Bold. I should say, I got the area code from that dude. I can't remember his name. Who wanted to? What was it? What was his name?
Right-wing radio something. I don't know.
American something.
Is it Radio Free America?
Radio Free America.
928.
Yes, we will be taking calls, and I'm going to take this one from John from San Antonio, and I promise you, you will be next. I can see you on there. We're going to talk to John for a little bit. Let's tell Bobby Big Wheel closer to 8:40, if that's possible, because I want to hear from John from San Antonio, who I anticipated his call, and we will. I promise, get to Radio Free America next. Will be our next call. John, from San Antonio. Is this you?
Yes, it is.
I
Good
saw the
evening.
210, and we had timed it perfectly. John from San Antonio, it has been too long. Thanks for joining us. Of course, Emma's here, and we are waited with bated breath. What did Dave Weigel get wrong? Because I know you have stuff that you think he got wrong.
No, I wouldn't say. He got
Come on, John. Don't hold back.
Nothing really.
I know Weigel
comes
looked
off
very
the-
stylish, but you're a stylish person too.
Fight.
Let's do
fight,
it. Come on.
Fight.
I can't really think of anything. He covered. I mean, like Bernie. One thing that
It's almost
I
like
will
he's a
say-
reporter for this stuff.
Well, one thing I will say
Here
is
we go.
that my last call, which was on the 25th of April.
I know.
What was my main theme? I was talking about APAC.
That's correct.
And DMFI.
Yep.
And he said just in the call with you that this started 3 weeks ago, but I had already talked about this on the show on that day.
Okay, hold on for 1 second, John.
Plagiarism.
I want that last 60 seconds clipped and sent to Dave Weigel
Oh, no.
right now, because you're absolutely right, John. You wrote this story not with words, not on the written paper, but you wrote it on this show 3 weeks ago, 4 weeks ago. And so you saw this before Dave Weigel, and that's okay.
Well, I wouldn't say
He's still
that.
great.
I mean,
but I love him, but let's be honest. I mean, you saw it before you did.
Well, no, I wouldn't say that. I would say I was just correcting the time because he said it was 3 weeks ago, and I think the funding actually started before 3 weeks ago.
Well, thank you.
But
you're right.
But it has increased in the last 3 weeks, and so I mean that's his main point that he was getting.
It is. This is a real problem, and I should say this, for anybody, and maybe this is extraneous at this point because I think all those people who were calling for third parties before are now just saying vote for Ron DeSantis. But anybody who thinks a third party could deal with this influx of essentially centrist or right-wing money any better is you're deluding yourself. I mean, this is, it's hard for people who are already going in with a brand that Democratic, primary voters are, okay with. And so this type of money would be deployed against a third party as well. This money's not going away. I don't know what the solution is, but I do know what is an even less effective attempt at solving it would be. But go ahead, John. So what should we be looking at? You've crunched the numbers. I would say probably, more than most, maybe arguably in an unhealthy way. And so what should we be looking at?
Well, I mean, the two main House seats that I'm looking at, of course, are Summer Lee, because, I mean, what you were just speaking about, I mean, if actually Summer Lee and McLeod Skinner can win tonight, I think that'll be the story, I mean, unfortunately, I was talking a few months ago about North Carolina and the two House candidates, Nita Alam and Erica Smith, who are running in the 1st and the 4th district, and they were doing really well, raising money. In fact, they were doing better than Valerie Foushee, who is the leading candidate. Right now, I'm looking in. Foushee only has an 8-point lead, which is not so bad because I was reading some pretty bad things on Twitter. But it looks like Wasserman has already called the 1st district, and so what happened in that race is they just totally flooded the zone with money. And, that was competitive, at the beginning of April and when they did that. And those were good candidates. Nita Alam, 28 years old, was a Bernie surrogate in 2016. And, it's just, it's a shame that this is happening. But I mean, like I said, the only way to combat it is to actually win, and also emphasize that voters need to do their own research. I mean, I know that that's like a long-term philosophical, perspective, but I mean, I think that is happening with voters under 50, and so many of these races, especially I think Summer Lee's race is going to be determined by that, because that's the way so many of the races before have been determined.
Right.
And so I mean, that's like Fushi and Alam. I mean, that's an important race, and it's good to see that that's still somewhat competitive, even though most people think Fushi's going to win. Like I said, the Summer Lee race is super important, and those are really the main people. I mean, you were saying that the Politico, the super PACs almost doubled it, so the numbers are 53 million already in House primaries this year.
Right.
By super PACs and other organizations, compared to 30 million spent
and we should say, on top of that, that 30 million, we are far enough out to have counted for everything. When you look at like 52 million at this point, we still don't have all the disclosures of it having come in. So there's just a tremendous amount of money that is coming in.
Yeah, absolutely. One thing also, just touching on some current events is, I mean, and some obviously the one of the worst things that was going to happen, and obviously the leak that happened, and about the lack of abortion rights that are going to be most likely taken away or will be taken away, very soon. So like Don Davis in the 1st District, who had a 40-point lead, he's actually, doesn't support a woman's right to choose. And so I think that was kind of unfortunate that that wasn't talked about. Like, Cuellar, people have been talking about it, even though, what Weigel said was very true, that, the commercials that are playing here in San Antonio are incredibly misleading. And I mean, you can see them online also. I mean, it's just, completely false what they're doing. And that's the kind of advertising they're doing to all of these candidates. I mean, I mentioned that on, my call in April with Summer Lee. And it's just so unfortunate that people can't actually be honest about issues.
I know it.
And
I have to say that I am afraid on some level that we are just in and this stuff is incremental, but I'm not saying obsessing, but every time something like this comes up, I think about that moment, watching Brett Kavanaugh lie about something that was completely, in many respects, sort of like just juvenile. The what that quote in his yearbook meant about, and I can't remember exactly even what it was, but it was a reference to, a woman that he knew in high school, and it was just, I can't remember exactly what it was.
Renata Alumnius.
Yeah, Renata Alumnius. And every single adult in that room, which was, I think it was all adults in that room, knew what he was talking about, and when he wrote that. And which is not to say that, like, I don't have, there's stuff I did in junior high and high school that I'm not proud of. I don't think it was quite, that level, but I don't even like what I wrote in my yearbook. It was mostly just sort of like nerdy. But the point being,
you would have owned it, right? You would have been like, I'm an idiot.
The point is he was lying through his teeth, and every single person in that room, from his wife to the most distant senator, all knew he was lying. And everybody just sort of participated in saying, okay, we're going to allow you to lie like that because you're doing it so adamantly.
Just to remind folks what Renee Duffin said, who was the subject there. I learned about the yearbook pages only a few days ago. She was one of the people who signed was one of the 65 women who vouched for Kavanaugh's character, and then this came out. I learned about the yearbook pages only a few days ago. I don't know what Renata Alumnius actually means. I can't begin to comprehend what goes through the minds of 17-year-old boys who write such things, but the insinuation is horrible, hurtful, and simply untrue. I pray their daughters are never treated this way. I will have no further comment.
Right. I mean, and it was, some comment that, they had all been in like some group, but they were basically,
They graduated from her. What do you think that means?
Maybe they had sex with her. Maybe they fooled around with her, whatever it was. But we all, and like, there was a way for a decent human being to address that, which is to say, we were dumb, we were kids, we were stupid, we weren't, and society was not teaching us to be sensitive to these things. I mean, there's a way to address the fact that as a child, you did something horrible. I don't know, however you want to characterize it. But he just lied, and everybody knew he was lying. And that's when I feel like we moved just one more click to whatever that direction is, where, if you don't get called out on a lie because you're being so adamant about it being true, then it's like you're being honest.
Yeah.
And that's what's so fascinating about what we're seeing with the deployment of this money out there, which is they're not engaging in an ideological thing. They're not even smearing the other person as much as basically just completely fabricating the reality of the dynamic and
it's
using
post-truth America. I know that sounds like trite, but whatever. I mean, like that's part of it, I think.
It's almost post-truth.
Well, it's post-Trump, so it's post-truth, I think. But I mean, I don't want to cut you off too much, but
but that's it. That's it. Yeah. So, John, any last words?
Yeah, I just want to talk
I'm not
about
saying last words. You know what I mean? Like
any
for
last
tonight.
words?
Yeah, John, because I'm coming to your house tonight, and this is it. This is the end. So.
Also just want to talk a little bit about Alexandria Hunt. I know I interviewed
Do
her.
so. Go.
Quick, because we got good news.
Yeah, really good candidate. Obviously promotes Medicare for all, Green New Deal. She actually did a good job raising money in April. Outraised the incumbent candidate Dwight Evans, and Dwight Evans only has $100,000 more in the bank. So I mean that's decent. And then there's a couple more really good Oregon House candidates in the sixth district. Matt West is the new district. And he also supports Medicare for all and the Green New Deal. Has decent fundraising. He's raised almost $1 million. Right now, second and third in fundraising, so he has a chance. In the 4th District, Doyle County supports Medicare for all and Green New Deal. She's ran before. She's a really good candidate. Like I said, I think third in fundraising, but I mean, you never can tell in a low turnout election, even though its turnout has been really good in Pennsylvania, and that's what I'm seeing on Twitter.
That's a good sign.
It's a good sign.
Yeah,
all right.
that's good.
We're about to break this news. All right, John.
So great to hear from you, and we'll count on hearing from you throughout this primary season, and then into the general election.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. No, thank you.
Thank
and,
you.
And let me just say this too. Ronald Reagan wanted me to, get on you for whatever reason, and I just want you to tell you, don't listen to that guy. All right.
Okay.
All right.
Bye-bye. All right. Bye-bye.
Make the announcement. I'm going to get a pizza because we're going to take a call.
You have to do the soundboard.
Oh.
All
right. Here we go. Desk. Following the decision desk of CNN, Emma Vigeland at the decision desk.
The
following
more
CNN,
decisive decision.
The most decisive decision desk. Whoa! Okay, go.
Dave Wasserman, our decisive desk correspondent, has written in to me personally. Lieutenant Governor John Fetterman defeats Representative Connor Lamb, centrist sucker, in the Pennsylvania Senate Democratic primary. Woohoo!
I'm pretty shocked that Wasserman characterized Connor Lamb that way.
Well, I mean, he's editorializing because we have a personal relationship. Not really. But
Whoa, wait a second.
Sam's getting pizza. So.
Emma Vigeland additions now on her relationship with. Have you ever even like? Do you know anything about that guy, or it's just like he's just a name on Twitter?
He's just at Redistrict.
For all you know, he could be just.
I mean, I'm riffing. I thought this was like the whole point of this.
No,
and
go ahead.
I didn't say personal relationship in a seedy way. I said, you're going to eat on... See, I ate on camera today. Now you got to eat on camera. That's the rules. Anyway, so John Fetterman
different in the
has won.
Live coverage.
We knew he was going to win, right? It's very exciting, though. And I think that this is one of the most promising Democratic Senate candidates in a really, really long time in terms of progressive policy, in terms of communication skills, in terms of like the strategic importance into the state that he's in. So let's go, John Fetterman. Breaking news, really exciting. Plus, like, you know, Connor Lamb's race was as cynical as it gets in terms of like just, you know, centrist blah. Nothing campaign. And according to, you know, some texts that Ryan Grimm was able to report on, his campaign apparatus was seizing on Fetterman's stroke and health issues in the final days and using that as a way to, I made this point. I mean, look, it's a campaign, I understand it, but at the same time, it's hard not to point out the hypocrisy of centrist Democrats claiming that Bernie Sanders ran a scorched earth presidential campaign against Hillary Clinton by bringing up policy differences and campaign finance differences. And yet, even though Connor Lamb knew he was going to lose to John Fetterman, he's still engaged in that kind of campaign stuff. So good news, though, John Fetterman on to the general election. And at this point in the evening, we still do not know who the Republican candidate is going to be. As of right now, looking at initial polling, seems like Dr. Oz not doing as well as maybe he would like, but it's still an open race at this point.
All right, so there's the update, ladies and gentlemen. Now, I'm going to take this call from 928 area code. I've been informed by, I can't remember the IM handle.
Radio Free America.
Radio Free America, that this is him, and he has claimed, or maybe it's she, has claimed that they joined the show today to IM to debate me and wanted to debate. And, you know,
periodically, keep myself in shape, you know.
Hello? You listening to another show?
Hello.
Hello. You come from a 92. Are you Radio Free America?
I am. That is me.
Okay. And so you really want to debate me, and so here you go.
Yes, absolutely.
Pretty good. I mean, you got to give me big points, right, for doing that. I mean, because it felt like when
sure, you know, I'd like a full segment because when Ethan had you kind of like ambush Steven Crowder like that,
yeah.
You know, you were expecting a full segment, and you basically counted it as a win because he left the video chat, right?
No, I counted that as a loss. I desperately wanted to actually engage with him.
But you know, whatever you want to talk about, we basically disagree on.
Well, I mean, you called me,
topics.
so you come up with the topic.
All right, vaccination. I guess that was the one that you guys were going to talk about.
Okay. And what's your point about vaccination? You don't think people should have them?
No, if you want a vaccination, by all means, like go get one. But I think that coercing people or like threatening like termination in a job is like ought to be illegal in the United States. You can't make someone receive a medical like operation or anything like to work somewhere, can you? So why should we force people to get vaccinated to stay employed?
What if, would you be comfortable going to work if you knew that someone there had leprosy?
I think if someone is COVID positive.
No. I didn't ask you about COVID. I just want to start with I just want to know where you draw the line. Somebody has leprosy. They're coming to work.
Okay.
Are you comfortable with working alongside that person with leprosy?
Probably not.
What about Ebola? What about Ebola? What about
Ebola?
What about Ebola?
Not letting them come to work.
What about Ebola?
If someone tests positive for any sickness, I think they should probably stay home until they resolve that issue.
Okay, so you're for mandatory testing?
No, I'm not for the mandatory testing of leprosy or Ebola either.
Okay, so but if there was an Ebola outbreak and you knew that there was Ebola spreading and that there was literally like thousands, in fact, hundreds of thousands of people, would you would just come in and you just be like, I'm going to let it ride?
You absolutely wouldn't even need any kind of government intervention or mandates if this was an Ebola pandemic. Everyone would naturally want to stay home, but this isn't Ebola.
Well, okay.
Like
so for you, all right. So let me just be clear. Let me just be clear here. Let me just be clear. So for you, it is your medical assessment on the danger of Ebola versus the danger of COVID is what the issue is. It's not the mandatory aspect. It's the aspect of how virulent this is. Do you have a problem?
You wouldn't need to mandate anything if
do you have a problem with
people would want to stay home naturally.
Do you have kids?
No, I'm 24 years old. I currently don't have any kids.
Are you aware that children who go to public schools are required to have certain vaccinations? Are you aware of that?
Yeah, I had to do it when I was a child. I'm against that personally. Because it's public school and you can get in trouble for not showing up at school, you and your parents, if for truancy. So if you're going to force someone to be there, you should not make them receive any kind of medical
you can go to other
procedure
schools.
if they're there by force.
You can go to private schools. You wouldn't get in trouble if you went to a private school.
Sure, if your parents could afford it, yeah.
Right.
You also can be homeschooled.
So you don't believe that there should be, society has the ability, under any circumstance, regardless of what the disease is, mandatory vaccinations, you're just against that, period. It doesn't matter if it's Ebola. Doesn't matter if it's, if it's a disease that causes you to bleed from the eyes and hundreds of thousands of people around you have it. There is no circumstance in which there should be mandatory vaccination or mandatory testing or mandatory staying at home. There is absolutely, the government has absolutely no authority in any circumstance to prevent someone from engaging in public, regardless of what disease they may carry. Is that correct?
I'm assuming you're for my body, my choice, right? You support that statement?
I don't know what that means.
My body, my choice, meaning that the government can't intervene in what you do with your own body or with medical procedures, right?
You mean in terms of abortion?
Or with vaccination, because all these.
No, I don't agree in terms of vaccination.
My body, my choice, but not when it comes to vaccination. Why?
I mean, look, there's what we're talking about with abortion is not that you can't go to school if you get an abortion. It's that we're going to outlaw it, and
abortion's
it's
not
Like,
contagious.
and let's be clear, it's not, the government's not mandating, never mandated getting a vaccination. They said if you don't get a vaccination, a vaccination will only.
I have two brothers in the Army
me
right now. One's in Germany and one's in Texas, and both of them were forced to get vaccinated.
Okay, so their employer forced them to get vaccinated. That's not
Also,
a government.
If you're employed with someone with over 100 employees, you either have to get tested every single day or be vaccinated.
So in other words, it's a testing mandate. It's a testing mandate. It's a testing mandate that you can get an exemption. Excuse me. It's a testing mandate that you can get exempt from if you have a vaccination. That's what it is. It's not a vaccine mandate. Now, in the military, it's a different thing. But of course, you're working for the military. There's a lot of things you can't do in the military and you're forced to do. There's a lot of other vaccinations you're forced to get in the military. Your brothers should have been aware of that when they went in because it existed prior to COVID.
Right, and another thing is these vaccinations are a little bit different.
Wait, why are you changing the subject? Why are you changing the subject? Well, you concede to me that your brothers joined the military with full awareness that they were going to be required to get vaccinations. They didn't know exactly which ones they would be, but they were aware of it. They made that choice.
Historically, the United States military has forced people to get vaccinations.
Yes, historically and currently and contemporarily, and at every other time there's been a military. So your brother's made that choice actively. And you'll also concede that there is no vaccine mandate in this country. You're making that up. There was a testing mandate if you worked at a place with over 100 employees, but you could get exempt if you were vaccinated.
Are you personally in support? If you could make a mandate happen, would you?
Yes.
Is my question.
Yes.
You would make a mandate happen.
Correct.
So that's what we're debating on here, is that you think that people should be.
We're not debating that. I do think that. You've already proven that. I've proven it. I believe that in the context of a pandemic, and we can maybe argue as to how
right now. It's
you
no longer a
establish.
pandemic. It's
Maybe
with
we
us
can
forever now.
We can argue as to what the parameters of that are, and I think there's some latitude there in terms of what determines the nature of a pandemic. I think 1 million people dying in 2 years suggests to me that in this country, anyways, that it is sufficient concern in which people should be vaccinated.
1 million people die of alcoholism in 2 years. Like, are we going to ban all alcohol? Are we going to test everybody?
Actually, I'm not sure if you're aware of this.
Them?
I'm not sure if you're aware of this, but we do ban alcohol up until the age of 21. You're not allowed. It is illicit in this country to drink before your age 21.
You can't drive.
You're arrested if you've drank more than a certain amount by the government. And actually, you can get fired from your job if you show up wasted. In fact, you can get fired for a whole raft of things. Are you aware that you can get fired if you're gay? For being gay, you can get fired in over half the states in this country.
So because there are fetal cell lines used in the vaccination, do you believe that we should grant people religious exemptions?
No.
Or no, are you against that?
Yeah.
An exemption from what mandate?
No, okay, so if I
exemption
need to
from
travel
what?
for any reason, should a religious exemption, because the mRNA vaccines that are currently on the market, Moderna,
what exemption from what?
As exemption from being forced to inject yourself with.
In what circumstance are you forced to inject yourself?
Using fetal.
In what circumstance?
If you want to travel, if you want to keep your job. If I'm a nurse and I work at a hospital, I have to be vaccinated.
Okay, so in other words, you're saying that there is undue coercive pressure by employers on people that is not actually mandated, because there is no mandate, right? There's no governmental law that says you must be mandated. There is a governmental, and I think it's been reversed, but let's just, for the sake of this argument, pretend that it hasn't been. But there is a government mandate that if you are a corporation and you employ more than 100 people, you must either test them on a daily basis to protect the other workers, period. Or if they're vaccinated, you're exempted from that requirement. So what are you talking about? You've made up something that does not exist in real life. To talk about, the religious freedom that's associated.
Theoretically exists. It could in 1 or 2 years. It could.
Theoretically.
Right? So,
wait a second. So theoretically, in 1 or 2 years, listen, it won't happen that way.
You want there to be a mandate? Is that correct? If you had your way, there would be a vaccination mandate in the United States.
To be totally
Is that
honest,
correct?
if it was my choice, if it was Sam Seder's choice, if I was in a position, I would mandate that just you get vaccinated, and I would mandate that you get like a multitude of vaccinations, not just an mRNA one, but all of them. I would make you, on a 6-month basis, take the shingles vaccine, which was.
How do you feel about natural
horrible.
immunity? Because I'm naturally immune. I caught it once and I was fine.
Whoa!
In fact, I'm better off than someone who's vaccinated.
Let me tell you exactly what I think about that. I think this is exactly what I think about that. That you are 24. And when I was 24, I was also as ignorant as you were to a multitude of things. And I can tell you, as a 55-year-old man who got it, and I believe the implications of getting it were mitigated, it was one of the worst illnesses I've ever gotten in my life. And
that doesn't answer my question about natural immunity. Should it be
There was no
considered
question.
equivalent
well,
to
I think the
vaccination?
data will show. I mean, because
How
I've
do
met
you
people
feel
who've
about
caught it
natural
3 times. I've met people who caught it 3 times. But my argument to you would be that natural immunity, I think there is in fact, I think there is if you can show that you got it within 90 days or something like that, it supplants like a vaccination card. But of course, this is for private, things. Now, are you for the government saying to private businesses that they cannot require a vaccine? I mean, because you sound like a freedom guy to me.
100% in support. And what DeSantis has done in Florida and what Greg Abbott has done.
Well, no,
in
I don't want to
Texas,
hear about the government. I'm asking you.
Ask for a vaccination card.
So you believe
100% that you should not be able to ask for a vaccination card.
Okay. All right. So let me just be clear. You believe the government has the right to tell private industry that they are not allowed to do something. How is that different? How is that different? Excuse me. Hold on. Let me finish. How is the government mandating on private businesses that they cannot require a mandate? How is that any different than the government requiring that they have to have a mandate? How is that different? The government has the exact same relationship with private enterprise in your scenario and in my scenario. How is that different?
Can an employer in an interview ask you if you've ever had an abortion or what HIPAA laws can an employer violate in an interview with you besides vaccination?
What HIPAA laws?
Right, your right to medical privacy. Where is the line in your mind that someone's allowed to ask you about your medical information?
I would say at the very least, I would draw it after in the context of a pandemic.
Or after in terms of diseases that are quite deadly.
Do you have any communicable diseases?
Yeah, right.
I think that's okay to ask.
It's relevant, I think, to everybody else in the.
It's called public health. Public health.
But before you change the topic, just tell me something. Explain to this audience. You really wanted to come on. What is the difference between the government telling a private employer that you are not allowed to require, let's say, shirt, shoes, to enter this business, or you're not allowed to require someone to be vaccinated in the context of vaccine? What's the difference between the government saying that and the government saying that you are required to question whether people have a vaccine or not? What's the difference? The government is doing the same.
Cause blood clots and brain hemorrhaging?
No.
Brain bleeding?
So it's really just a question of your assessment of the efficacy of the vaccine, but not the dynamic between the government and the private enterprise.
I mean, the government already tells people that you're not allowed to ask people questions about.
Do you think that's right or wrong?
Situations related to their medical.
Do you think that's right or wrong that the government tells?
Okay, yeah, I support HIPAA laws. I don't think we should get rid of them.
So you think it's okay for the government to constrain corporations when they hire people?
I am in support of HIPAA laws. Yes.
No. I'm not asking you about HIPAA. I'm asking you because DeSantis is not basing this on HIPAA laws. The bottom line is DeSantis is saying it is illegal for you to have a mandate on vaccination. Do you agree that it is okay for government to constrain what a private corporation can do? Yes or no?
Absolutely. I think there's lots of things the government has to constrain that corporations do. That's literally what the government is.
Okay. And you just have a problem with them saying we need to do this to protect our other workers. Can a corporation say, can your employer say, you know what? No machetes in the office. You can't bring in a machete to the office. They can say that.
I think that's okay.
Okay. Can a corporation say no spitting on other people?
I think there's a massive difference between spitting in someone's face and simply not getting vaccinated.
What about the idea of spreading a vaccine? Because without getting vaccinated in the context of COVID, you could kill people. Spitting on people, maybe not.
You can kill people by getting the flu and accidentally giving them to them before you know you had it. These things happen all the time, and before the last 2 years in history, this was accepted as just a fact of life.
Well, how many times in history have we had a pandemic, to your knowledge?
I mean, the AIDS virus was like just in the 80s, and Fauci handled that as well.
Yeah,
They
I
didn't
know,
create
Fauci.
any, like,
How many
rules that
times
you
in
had to get
history have we had a
STD
pandemic?
before-
A pandemic.
Yeah.
The AIDS is not a pandemic?
Nope, that was an epidemic. A pandemic.
A pandemic. I mean, was
Google it. Just
Spanish
Google
flu
it.
a pandemic?
Yes, it was.
Right. So
mask mandates.
Did we force people to
Yes.
get vaccinated
Yes.
during the Spanish flu?
Yes. In fact, New York was able to vaccinate people, like 2.3 million people in like 3 weeks. They did much better job of it at that time.
Because, dude, the difference between AIDS and these airborne diseases is because of the whole airborne thing.
So by force, people were like legally obligated to get vaccinated during the
Much more force than we have obligated people. Yeah. I mean, it wasn't by force. I mean, it wasn't by force.
I never heard
but-
about that. I'm going to have to do some research
Yes,
on what
you
legal
have to
obligations
do your
are.
own
Legislation was made.
research.
Thank you.
All right. Is there anything else that you wanted to? What do we got here?
And I wish there was an AIDS
Oh
vaccine.
yeah,
and-
pop this up.
Yeah.
There we go. This is smallpox.
This is from about 100 years ago. A cartoon about an anti-vaxxer, kind of like our friend on the phone here.
You know what? This is. This is what's wrong with liberal culture right here. This is right here. This is shit lib stuff from like the small.
What's the name of that right-wing cartoonist?
Having different
Must have been
opinions.
him.
All right, so you don't like vaccines. What else you got? We got to get to the election stuff. but-
Okay, let me ask you one more thing about the vaccine, and just tell me if you agree with any of these statements. So before the vaccine officially launched, they thought that it would stay localized in the area that it was injected. Is that correct?
I don't know what you mean.
So regular vaccines, if you inject someone in the arm, the injection will stay localized to the area of the arm. It won't
Honestly, this is not
distribute
a politics.
science that we
Right.
heard
Let's
about.
talk
Right.
about something else.
No, this
I mean,
is absolutely a political question because the vaccines are politicized.
This is you be
So-
embarrassing
well, you
yourself.
politicized the vaccines, not me.
You want everyone to be forced to get it. That is political. You want the government to be used to force people to get vaccination.
Well, first of all, I want the government to force you to get, like I say, multiple vaccines. Particularly, I want to start with the shingles vaccine because that one will really lay you out. But I believe, yes, that if you're going to send your kid to school, I want there to be a vaccine mandate. It's not the case, but that's what I want. If I'm going to go into work, I want there to be a vaccine mandate. Correct.
If you're going to rely on service workers.
Is the spike protein in the mRNA vaccine cytotoxic?
Oh, dude.
Dude, listen.
Man, I really hope that you get some help.
I don't know what to tell you. Let's talk about
Dore, ask your Democrat buddy Jimmy Dore how his brain is doing because he currently has to take medication to
I will
stop
tell you
the
something.
inflammation
Jimmy
that's
Dore has
leading
needed
his
that
brain
medication for
from
far
a
more
vaccination
before this
injury.
before COVID happened. I can assure you, he's needed that medication for a long, long time. Do you have anything else besides your anti-vaccination stuff? Do you have a problem with the J&J vaccine?
Well, that was banned by the government, wasn't it? It was recalled.
Yes. Now, isn't that weird?
Huh. Sensitivity to safety concern.
Yeah, that's weird. They must be doing that just as a cover, right?
Right.
If we ban the J&J one,
Throw
it'll make
one
it look
to the
like we think.
wolves.
Okay, so one other issue.
Wasn't the J&J one that?
Dude,
used
one
traditional
other
technology,
issue
did not
besides
use
your
the mRNA
anti-vax
technology?
perspective. Besides
Okay.
your anti-vax
We can
perspective.
talk about immigration, Roe v. Wade, whatever you want, man.
No. You wanted to debate me. I honestly, you're not relevant.
The
to me.
numbers of illegal immigrants pouring over the border every day is sustainable for the United States economy?
Yes.
Yes, you think that we can just handle all the illegal immigrants
Correct.
across the border every day?
Correct.
That there's no limit to how many people can come to the United States?
I don't think we're even
Not
remotely
even
close.
Yeah, not even close. to
What
that
do you
limit.
think about
What's your
the
number?
labor shortage, my dude? If you really think
I would
that
say,
there's...
listen, we have 11 million open jobs in this country. We have unemployment is what, around, where is it, around 3 to 4%?
We're taking in all these illegal immigrants, and yet we have a labor shortage. What do you say about that?
The economy is not challenged by that. White demographics are, which I don't know what your
Right.
concern is
I mean,
there.
if you're concerned about the economy, the fact is, if you get rid of those immigrant workers, I can assure you we're going to have far more problems with the economy
So
than
your
we would.
insinuation is that I'm worried about white demographics, and that's why
No,
I'm
that's
anti-illegal
Matt's
immigration?
insinuation. I think that's also probably a lot of others' insinuation.
My girlfriend
I do
is
not
black.
insinuate.
My girlfriend has 3 years. If we have children, they're going to be biracial. So I'm
Is
definitely not
your
worried about
wait a second? Wait.
any
Let me ask you a
purity of the
question.
white race.
Let me
That's
ask you a
your
question.
insinuation.
Is she an immigrant?
No, she was born here.
Okay, so why did you bring that up?
Because your buddy said that the economy won't be affected, only white demographics,
Yes,
and that's my
exactly.
motivation.
Right,
for
I
being
understand.
anti-illegal
But I
immigration.
understand. But your girlfriend has been living here.
Regardless, if we
That
stop
wouldn't your
illegals
girlfriend has
from crossing
pre-existed
today,
in terms
whites
of
would
those
still be the minority
demographics.
by 2045.
Why
No
do you
one cares
associate
about
your
the
black
demographics.
girlfriend with immigration?
What's that?
Why do you associate your black girlfriend with the question of immigration?
No, I associate her with the fact that I don't care about white demographics like your friend insinuated.
Okay, but my point is though,
The
if
economy is not the reason to be concerned about
if there is such an issue with illegal immigrants coming over the border and they're taking everyone's jobs and the U.S. economy can't sustain it, why is there a labor shortage in the United States, according to like Bloomberg and other publications?
I even just anecdotally, I see a lot of places hiring in the town that I live in. The problem is that we are reaching a level of automation that Axios estimated by 2035, 40% of all jobs are going to be automated, especially low
All right, so let's say this is a problem that is distinct from immigration.
You
at
didn't
that
answer
point.
my question.
No, of course not. He's ignoring.
Why is there a labor shortage?
Yeah.
No, if you're saying that all of these illegal immigrants are going to really ruin the United States economy and that it's an issue under Joe Biden, I would guess that you would say that. So why is there a labor shortage?
I mean, in my opinion, a lot of people are on welfare right now and they're not working, especially since the pandemic.
What welfare? I'm just curious. What like when you
Pandemic
say
unemployment assistance
ended
like
ended
$700
when?
a week at one point.
Ended when? Do you
And
know
a lot of
when
people
that
still haven't gone
pandemic
back to
unemployment
work.
assistance ended? Do you know how many months ago that ended? Was it 3 months
What
ago?
was it?
Was it 6 months ago?
September of last year?
Yes. How many months ago was that? So you're saying
And a lot of people
that
still have not
pandemic
gone back to work.
Yeah, you're saying that pandemic unemployment insurance from that ended 6 months ago. You're suggesting that how much money do you think these people have?
Was there a labor shortage before COVID?
There was, I think there was open thing, but not as big. But I think a lot of people retired.
You think a lot of people retired?
Correct.
That's pretty.
Okay.
It's you look up any article on that.
Regardless.
And you know
of
what
if
else
there's a labor
happened?
shortage
A million
now, there's not
people
now.
died.
It's
A
estimated that
million
nearly half.
people died. Also.
That might cause a shortage.
Nearly half of all jobs, 40% of jobs are going to be automated, estimated at least, by 2035.
Well, then guess what? Then guess what?
Especially
If half of our jobs are going to
the
be
large
automated,
majority of
all right,
that
dude,
40% is
listen,
going to be concentrated in
did you call
low-skilled
me
labor
to
jobs.
debate about the automation of jobs 40 years from now? Because if half of jobs being automated,
2035 is in 15 years.
okay, so you're
Less than
worried
that. Not gonna
about.
happen.
So your argument is that we need to stop undocumented immigration in this country today because in 20 years there's going to be so much automation that it's going to be a problem for our economy then.
It's not just
even though
in
it's not
20
now.
years. It's not going to happen all at once. It's gradually, and it's happening right now, every single day.
Hey, ding
More and
dong,
more
show me
jobs
how it's
are
hurting the
being automated.
economy.
Well, look at Andrew Yang. What does he suggest?
Bye
We need to give people
bye. 26 minutes, ladies and gentlemen, which was 25 minutes more than Steven Crowder gave
Yeah,
me.
this guy hates coercion, but let's starve people of any kind of pandemic assistance so they get back to work for bosses.
Because of Andrew Yang and Jimmy Dore. Well,
that was interesting.
I don't understand. Like, there's a labor shortage. So if automation was happening,
it's eventually going to happen.
I know. I'm sorry,
Oh my
folks. People are really upset that I entertained that guy for that long. But
yeah, whatever.
24, like, you still got time, but you got about 6 years to figure that brain out, buddy, or you're lost forever.
All right. I am really apologetic to our next guest, Aaron Kleinman, who has come to an attempt to sort of kiss my ass in as big way possible, has worn a Red Sox hat for whatever reason. Bobby Big Wheel.
Because I lost a bet to you the last time I was on here.
Was that what it was?
Yeah, it was because I told you
that.
if the Yankees lost the play-in game, I would wear a Red Sox hat.
I
on my
remember
next
that
appearance.
now.
Wow.
I remember
I'm a
that
man
now.
of my word.
You have so much integrity because I have, even as you remind me of it, no recollection.
Well,
Absolutely not.
Now that everyone knows I have so much integrity, let's all talk about these primaries coming up and what we know about them.
Let's do.
What a
yes.
smooth transition. You are a professional.
Total pro. He's
Yeah.
got to put his kid to bed. So what do we got?
Yeah, so a lot of what we've been talking about has been about the federal races, but there's a really important state races in Pennsylvania and North Carolina that I just want to make sure people are aware of. The first in Pennsylvania is the gubernatorial election. Democrats, the nominees sewn up, only guy running is the Attorney General, Josh Shapiro. Now, have you been paying attention to what's going on the Republican side there?
Some weirdness, but I'm not sure. They're competing Trumpsters.
Not just so the leading candidate on the Republican side, based on all the public polling, and there's only scant results in on the Republican side because they're only counting absentee votes, and there are very few Republican absentee voters left. But the leading candidate is a state senator named Doug Mastriano, who was at the January 6th insurrection. He says
literally there.
Literally there. His running mate, a man named Teddy Daniels, actually does not have, I'm not sure if he has a home right now because he was thrown out briefly because his wife got a protective order against him.
Look, I mean, things happen between people, and yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, and so you are looking at a very dangerous and extreme Republican ticket in the state of Pennsylvania. And, there's a lot of reasons why, of course, this matters. The first, obviously, we saw with the leaked road draft, reproductive rights are going to be a state issue now. Right now, Pennsylvania has a Democratic governor, and he can veto any laws that come out of the legislature. But obviously, Mastriano has said that he supports a ban without any exceptions, I believe.
Will you, for a moment, just hold on for 1 second so that we can set the context of this?
Yeah.
The state Supreme Court, I think it was now 4 years ago, said that the redistricting for Congress was illegal.
Yeah.
And we had a situation that it was highly gerrymandered so that you'd still have a majority of Democratic voters, but then you would get a majority of Republican representatives to the House. They changed that. But the districts, as far as I remember, were maintained for the Assembly, and I'm not quite sure and I'm not quite sure why that dynamic exists. But the point being that Pennsylvania is one of those states where you can have more than 50% of the people vote for a Democrat, and something like that garners them only like 38% of the representation in the House. Will you just walk us through that? Because that's why this governorship is so important.
Well, Sam, I got good news for you. That was the case in Pennsylvania, because the way legislative redistricting works in Pennsylvania is there's a commission where the state Supreme Court appoints a tiebreaker. And because Democrats control the state Supreme Court for the first time in 30 years this year, there was an independent tiebreaker. They approved maps that still lean Republican. So theoretically, Democrats could win like 51% of the vote and still get a majority, but they would come really close. And so in the House, there are 103 districts that went for Biden and 100 that went for Trump. In the state Senate, there are 25 each that went for Biden and 25 that went for Trump. So there is Republicans have a big majority there. So it might take more than one cycle to get Democrats into a majority. But at the very least this year, even in a not great Democratic year, you can still see some huge gains there.
Oh, that's good.
Especially because the top of the ticket really seems to be seems like it might be very out of line with kind of the voters of Pennsylvania on the Republican side. And But there's a concern there. The concern is that you might see a repeat of 2016, where you have, I'll remember when Trump won in 2016, the primary, you had all these Republicans saying, "Oh, well, I'm not going to support this guy. We're abandoning him. We're putting all our money in legislative races." I believe the Kochs did that, for example. And then people kind of treated a Clinton win as a foregone conclusion, and they were more willing to vote Republican down ballot. So what we really need to get the message out there is that really everyone root and stem on this Republican ticket in Pennsylvania needs to get defeated, because this is a really, really extreme party with really extreme views, and it could have deleterious effects, not just for reproductive health, but the other big thing is really democracy in Pennsylvania. On the governorship, the governor appoints the Secretary of the Commonwealth, who would certify the election results. And of course, the Supreme Court, if they support the independent state legislature doctrine, which I think you guys have talked about before, but if the Supreme Court says the state legislature can throw out election results and put in the electors they want, in Pennsylvania, you would need a Democratic majority in at least one chamber to stop that. Thankfully, in Pennsylvania, lawmakers can be sworn in before the safe harbor deadline for the Electoral College. So even if it takes Democrats 2 cycles to break a Republican majority, it's still possible to stop that just by making progress this year.
So what is your, tell us a little bit about Dave McCormick. It seems like he's in the lead right now in the Republican primary in Pennsylvania. Oz and Barnett, who made late pushes. Look, it's only 7% reporting on the New York Times site, but I feel like those two got more headlines than McCormick. But if he does win, talk a little bit about him and his candidacy, if you don't mind.
So I would, right now, the Republican results in Pennsylvania, I wouldn't put too much stock in them, because those are only absentee votes.
Right.
And absentee voters in Pennsylvania really don't seem to be very representative on the Republican side of Republicans as a whole.
Yeah, Nate Cohn saying it's like going to trend more moderate in the early votes. Yeah.
And it's such a, if you look, the last I checked before I joined the program, there were more Democratic votes in just the county that contains Pittsburgh than there were Republican absentee votes statewide. And so that's just how few Republican votes are really in right now. And they're not. So take all that with a grain of salt. I think you'll see results come in, more over the course of the night. Also in Pennsylvania, the candidate's home county is listed next to their name on the ballot, or as we should say for the Republican Senate race, their home county, since none of them lived in Pennsylvania 4 years ago, but where they're living right now. And so you'll see kind of a regional breakdown. And so like Mastriano in the Senate, in the governor's race will do really well kind of the center of the state, because that's where he's from. And then in the Senate race, Oz and Barnett are from kind of the Philadelphia area in Montgomery County outside Philadelphia, while McCormick is from, and again, he was living in Connecticut a year ago, the Pittsburgh area. So that's where he'll be listed. And so you'll probably see a bit of that. But really, McCormick is, kind of typical, in the Glenn Youngkin mold. He even has the down vest that he wears everywhere, trying to hide the fact that he worked for one of the world's biggest hedge funds. And then, Oz is a celebrity, and then Barnett's just kind of a party activist.
The difference that between Youngkin and McCormick in terms of the race, it seems to me, is that Fetterman, who I think is now been called essentially the winner. Fetterman did not work for the same hedge fund or venture capitalist fund as Youngkin. That was one of the problems that Terry McAuliffe had. Like you enter into a campaign and you have arrows in your quiver, and the effectiveness of those arrows are also a function of the shape of the target that your opposition presents. If I'm Fetterman and I see a guy who was like a hedge funder or some type of financier, that's a big target for me. And for most Democrats, it should be, except for the problem that McAuliffe had is that it wasn't a target for him that Youngkin worked for Bain, or was it Bain, I think it was, or the Carlyle Group. It was that McAuliffe himself had also worked for Bain, so he could not deploy one of the biggest arrows that should be in your quiver, the Newt Gingrich arrow, if you will, that he deployed against Mitt Romney in 2012. And Fetterman, it's like it becomes not even an arrow, it becomes like a bazooka, right? I mean, it seems to me like Pennsylvania, for a guy to sort of say, here's a carpetbagger from Connecticut, of all places, which is not hard to parody as like a venture capitalist place, as a financier place. I mean, and like that is in some ways like just a perfect target for a guy like Fetterman.
Yeah. I would say so. And, also with Oz kind of has a similar weakness. Barnett, I think she's kind of cut from, she's an extremist and we know very little about her. She came on pretty late, but
although the January 6th stuff would be,
she was also at the January
another really easy target for a guy like Fetterman, who we know is not going to pull punches. I mean, like that's the great thing about him.
Yeah, and again, it shows you that really everywhere on the ballot in 2022, democracy is on the ballot. You have a very extreme party. They aren't exceptions to what Republicans are nominating right now. If you look at Michigan, for example, you have for their attorney general and secretary of state, they were nominated a member of Trump's legal team, the Big Lie legal team, who they just found out was texting with someone from the Secretary of State's office on January 6th. And for the Secretary of State, the person running the elections in the state, they nominated a woman who was kind of at those Rudy Giuliani sham hearings, talking about how she saw weird stuff at the Cobo Center, and it was like a shadow on the door or something. And so, I mean, you're seeing really Republicans nominate some very extreme people, and the nominating non-extreme people is really the exception here. And so, you've heard a lot of talk about fighting back against Republicans. What do you call? I mean, it's really just we need to really get there. Just the entire party, the entire ticket, these primary voters, they're supporting some very extreme candidates, and we need to make sure that message is getting out there, just how extreme they are.
This is a little bit out of your portfolio, maybe, but what's happening with the deployment of all this AIPAC money, or derivative PAC from AIPAC money? We spoke to Dave Weigel about it, and I just saw a Politico report, which I imagine because of the timing is actually an underestimation, but there's almost twice as much money been deployed to these Democratic primaries as there was in 2020, and all not for progressive candidates.
Yeah, let's take Summer Lee as an example, because they've spent millions and millions against Summer Lee in her congressional primary. Now, I think you guys might know about her history, how she actually knocked off a conservative incumbent in a Democratic primary in 2018 in the state house. And you know how much money they spent against her in 2018? $160,000. And that's for a state house. And I think what that can really show you is that when you talk about state legislative races, the barriers for entry for candidates who really want to, make a difference within the Democratic Party are a lot lower than they are at the congressional level. And so even though we've seen this massive influx of spending in Democratic congressional primaries, we haven't really seen that at the state legislative level. And I think you can see candidates like her, Fetterman also, he started out as a small town mayor. I think for people that might be dispirited by seeing these massive sums of money being deployed, there's still room for you at the local level. There's still room for activism and at the local level, just because nobody's really thinking about spending that level of money in a state house primary with 203 seats.
Yet, right? I mean, so the point is, like, let's get there first. This is the thing that I don't understand. If I have $1 billion, and I should say, full disclosure, I do not have $1 billion. But if I had $1 billion, I feel like there is not a dollar figure that I would say no to. Like, if you came to me and said, Sam, I want you to back Summer Lee, and if you spend, I don't know, $20 million, I guarantee you she'll win. I would be like, okay, what am I going to do with $1 billion?
Well, the thing there too is, though, money is a necessary but not sufficient condition for winning. And so, you can't, like, the Supreme Court's doing their best, but you still can't buy an election in America. You can come really close, but ultimately the voters still have.
You can really grease the wheels.
You can really grease the wheels.
I mean,
But,
you can
yeah.
buy an election insofar as all other things being equal. You
Right.
can change the outcome, all other things being equal. I mean, yes,
You can
granted,
position your people best you can.
you can't take a horrible candidate against a good candidate and maybe buy that election yet. But
I mean, but the other thing too is, there's a limit on the marginal value of those dollars as well. Like the $5 million in first dollar doesn't make as much a difference like the $1 million in first dollar. And again, you talk about the amounts of money going to these congressional races. The amount of money that was spent just attacking Summer Lee could pretty much, it would almost fully fund our efforts to flip the Pennsylvania House of Representatives. Right. And so it's really, to me, it's kind of, I would say whatever you think about these, Democratic primaries, it's just your money goes so much further at the state legislative level. But to me, I just think of this as just lighting money on fire because it's so wasteful when there's so much more effective uses of it.
Well, that's the other thing too, is that state houses and you're, this is the world in which you work in, but for folks who are listening to this, investing it as it was, or contributing to people running at the state house is basically the minor leagues essentially, or this is how you develop candidates. And when we talk about under Barack Obama, we lost 1,000 seats across the country. We're talking largely, partly House and Senate, but really we're talking about state seats.
Yeah.
And when we look around and go like, where are all the potential candidates? They were the people who lost in 2010, in 2012, in 2014. Those were the people who were like the state comptroller who would have moved up to be maybe the lieutenant governor or the governor, or in the state house. Those are the people who would have been the next iteration and generation of candidates, and we lost them. They're the lost generation. And this is a way of getting people, developing these politicians early, and basically putting them on a career trajectory, which is hugely important. And we can see that in the context of Fetterman. We can see that in the context of Summer Lee and others.
Yeah. And, Summer Lee isn't going anywhere, win or lose. She still can hold on to her state house seat. And so, again, if you really want to make a difference, if you feel like these amounts of money being poured in against the candidates you prefer are overwhelming, there's still room in the state house. And, Sam, sure, there may come a point where people are willing to spend millions of dollars on a state legislative primary. I just, I haven't seen an appetite for that at all, really.
Wait till I get my $1 billion, buddy.
I thought we were relaunching Air America when you get your $1 billion.
I'm doing both. I don't care.
All right.
$1 billion. What do I need to relaunch Air America? 50 million? Are you kidding me? 50 million for that? 50 million for you? Listen, whatever chair you're sitting on, find out what it costs to get that thing reupholstered, because I got news for you. When I get my $1 billion, buddy, you're going to be sitting on a throne.
Oh, right. No, that all sounds great.
I wouldn't make plans around that. I would keep that chair because it doesn't look like that's going to happen. But if it does,
I thought your apes? I thought line goes up and all your apes were really accruing value.
Hey, listen, there's a correction that's happening right now in the NFT market, and some of the apes that I had are not performing in the way that I hope they will. But listen, time's on my side.
I think you got to use the slurp juice to make more apes.
I don't even know what any of that means. I don't know what any of that means. I've heard it. I've heard the term slurp juice, and I know the apes vaguely, but really I don't know.
Oh, yeah, I'm a bit lost on it too, but what really matters, of course, these primaries going on tonight, and so really keep an eye on what's going on in that Republican primary for the governorship of Pennsylvania, and what's going on in the state legislative primaries too, because
Pennsylvania is the most important state for us to watch.
And North Carolina too, because in North Carolina, especially for reproductive rights, You have a Democratic governor. You have 2 chambers where you're barely above a veto override threshold. And so we really need to keep our numbers like level in both of those chambers, because otherwise they could really be under attack in North Carolina as well. And what you see too is on the Republican side in both states, you had people who, I don't want to ascribe too much to Republicans who were in office through the Trump era, but there were people who didn't get into politics to install Trump as a dictator. And they resisted efforts like that. And a lot of them are retiring and being replaced with people who would do that.
Right.
And so it's just getting more and more extreme on the Republican side. So really keep an eye on who's coming out of these, because there's a decent chance that some of these people will be calling the shots in a state capitol. And we really need to make sure that people are aware of this, because even if you have a totally wacko top of the ticket, people might be like, oh, I'll vote state legislative, Republican as a check on the Democrat. And we can't have that.
And we should say, there's 2 things that one is there are like election officials, Secretary of States or whatever they call them, that are like full on, if they weren't, crashing through the House on January 6th, they were there in spirit. And I really do think we are on the precipice. And I say that as someone who, when you tell me that, these you have like the moderates retiring. I remember when Pat Toomey was considered a freak.
Yeah.
Like literally a freak. And this was back in 2004, 5. They ran Toomey a couple of times. I think it was the Club for Growth that pushed him.
Yeah, it was. Him and Grover Norquist are,
And Norquist is not from the Club for Growth, but he was from some other organization. But
that's escaping me.
Norquist was definitely pushing him. And
Americans for Tax Reform.
Americans for Tax Reform.
Yeah, and we were like, Toomey is a lunatic. He is a lunatic. And now Toomey is considered like, well, one of the reasonable ones who has to retire because he doesn't want to be in the context of this insanity. This is the trajectory the Republican Party has been on for probably, like, I've only been following this, closely for 20 years or so. But, at least 30 to 40 years. This is the trajectory that the Republicans have been on. And it's not going to change. People have to understand this. This stuff there is a critical mass has been reached, and it is self-perpetuating. The snowball is rolling down the hill, and it is going along and it is picking up more and more insane individuals. And I obviously am not a psychiatrist. I can't clinically make that claim, but they're fucking nuts.
I'm sorry, I'm watching Gloria Borger say that Connor Lamb would have been the, quote, perfect candidate, given that he's a Marine and was a centrist.
Except for the part that he couldn't even win his own party.
Yeah, I'm like, at least that's what the closed captioning is saying, and I'm losing my mind. But anyway.
Right.
Jesus Christ.
But whatever. The upside is that CNN, their prognostications are completely irrelevant.
What a panel, though, of Borger and Axelrod and.
But Aaron's point about where these Republicans are heading is really important for people to be aware of, because there was a time where the Tea Party were just lunatics who were protesting outside of David Letterman because he was making fun of Sarah Palin, and then they all became congresspeople.
Yeah.
And then they all got voted out because they weren't believing in Pizzagate and that Donald Trump was fighting the deep state and that there was a secret Q person.
So, one thing though, one thing that will stop it is if they start getting their rear ends beat. That'll be tough in 2022, we think, but I have a bit of hope there, which is in Michigan, actually, last week, we had some special elections for 3 Republican-held seats. And we won one of them, a district that Trump had won by 17 points. The Democrat improved by 27%. Now, the Republican running there was a total lunatic. Even the DeVosses didn't like him. But you can kind of see there that at some point, the fever breaks among voters. And what we really need to do is drive home with the voters, hey, I know that you've been seeing some crazy stuff on TV about what Democrats think. Look at what this person says about, like they are delusional and conspiratorial. They've said awful things. And, it wasn't just in his race. There was another candidate where he was basically said that he wanted to, it's like, oh, Trump won. I'll throw I would, in the state legislature, send electors for Trump regardless of what the outcome of the election is. He still, he didn't underperform that badly because he was kind of less insane than the guy who lost, but he still underperformed Trump by about 10%. And so you can move some voters if they just know how extreme these people are, and just you need to kind of stay on that, especially heading into this, because the only thing that will stop them from doing this is if they lose power, because they have gained so much power, especially at the state level, by just going more extreme, and they need to face consequences. If they've sowed the wind, make them reap the whirlwind. That's going to be tough if real wages don't grow in Q3. But we can at least try to make differences at the margins, especially at the state legislative level, where just the margins are so slim and just smaller amounts of resources go further.
Aaron Kleinman, I didn't realize how poetic you could be with that.
It was beautiful.
Wind and whirlwind. And also,
I actually think this hat's taking IQ points off, so I must be the better
I
one.
would say the integrity and really the class that you're showing, you just got rid of some of it. Let me finish.
Sorry about that.
Keep that on there. With that hat, I have to say, is impressive.
No hat hair though. Congratulations on that.
Oh no, it's here. I'm just doing a good job.
Did you, when you went in for the haircut, you were like, just give me the cut where it won't make a difference if I wear a hat or not?
Give me your finest $30 haircut, sir.
Exactly. Aaron Kleinman, always a pleasure. I can't
Thanks for
wait for
having
you
me
to
on,
wear that
Sam.
hat
Yeah,
every
Emma.
day. And hopefully the Yankees will stumble. I can't wait for after the All-Star game. So, Aaron,
that's
always a
all you got to look forward to. That's all, yeah, I mean, hey, let's talk about baseball this year, Sam.
you know what? Let's wait.
I can wait. Hey, have me on after the All-Star game. I'll be happy to talk baseball then too.
Great. Go Celtics. All right. See you later.
No one
Aaron.
wants to talk about the Mets.
Bye-bye.
But that's okay.
Aaron Kleinman, Director of Research for Future Now. You can follow him at Bobby Big Wheel on Twitter. Thanks again, Aaron. Really appreciate it. All right.
Thank you, Aaron.
Bye-bye.
Summer Lee is down a lot.
Ooh. All right. Why don't you cover that while I get another slice of pizza?
Okay. House District 12, Summer Lee, great candidate, currently down, according to CNN, by over 7,000 votes, with 46% reporting. That is pretty stinky. 49.3% for Irwin, who's in the lead, and Summer Lee is down 33.1%.
Irwin, who by the way has donated to Pat Toomey before, and is a completely astroturfed shit candidate.
Yeah, so a little surprising, given I thought that the polling going into this was much better, but that's a bit unfortunate.
Yeah, and I really do think the DMFI money and I think
it's proven effective.
The air raid kind of thing actually made some sort of difference there.
Yeah, but I mean, look, we do have some good news on the Fetterman front. That's very, very exciting. Okay, so here's some interesting news out of North Carolina. It seems like Madison Cawthorn is in a good amount of trouble. He has to win over. These tweets are, leaving me very quickly. Here we go from Dave Wasserman. Edwards' lead over Cawthorn has narrowed to 35 to 31%. Latest batches, blah blah blah. Wait, no, this is not the tweet that I wanted. Dang it. Basically, I think Fetterman though does have to win.
Cawthorn, you mean,
Cawthorn has to win. Okay, here we go. I found it. Decision desk. Cawthorn needs to win 55 to 70% of the remaining projected votes in order to win the race. So it's not looking as good for Madison Cawthorn as probably he anticipated.
And another report from Dave Wasserman, he's seen enough that Doug Mastriano has won the Pennsylvania governor's primary for the Republicans. So a full-on January 6th attendant, it will be the Republican nominee in Pennsylvania.
Wow. Okay. mean,
that's going to be an interesting one.
Yeah.
Josh Shapiro and Doug Mastriano.
I mean, look, January 6th attendee, like, I hesitate to use the Pied Piper strategy, but I mean, honestly, it's better than other potential candidates in terms of galvanizing.
High risk, high reward, I think is the.
What'd you say?
It's high risk, high reward.
Right. You're gambling here, but at the same time, I'm hopeful that Fetterman's going to draw out enough Democrats to have some success in Pennsylvania. But what do I know, right? I thought Summerlee was going to do a bit better. Hopefully, the remaining ballots are going to be more favorable to her, but it's not looking amazing at this current moment. Although the map has not been updated. It's interesting. New York Times isn't even highlighting this race. So I'm on CNN right now for that, but we'll keep you updated. Oh, you're eating still.
Yep.
Okay. I was gonna look for more content. The Knicks got 11 in the draft lottery.
It's got to be a real thing.
Okay. All right. Decision desk update. Damn. Yeesh. Nah, that's not good. 67% in. Steve Irwin has 49% Summerlee, 33%. So that's a higher percentage than the CNN total is indicating, and her totals have not moved at all. That really sucks. And I'm going to look up Alexandra Hunt now and her race.
Hers was called pretty quickly.
Yeah, she lost.
Dwight
right?
Evans won.
Yeah.
It's tough because Evans is a pretty entrenched incumbent to begin with, and she was running in a very, very heavily black district in Philadelphia, and he obviously is significant inroads to the black community there. And has been in the seat for quite a long time. So it was an uphill battle to begin with.
You can bring back on. So I guess the so far to the extent that we have any good news, it's Fetterman.
Mm-hmm. That was expected.
Charles Booker also expected.
Mm-hmm.
Race in North Carolina. I mean, there's really no surprises in terms of good news. There's only to the extent that we have things that were really in play at this point. It's not positive. These are House seats. And the idea was really, in many respects, I think most people at this point, to the extent that one could know, anticipate that Democrats are going to be losing seats across the country. How many, we're not sure. But the idea would be that to the extent that seats are held on to, more of those would be progressive candidates. We picked one up in Austin, Texas, maybe, probably. We still have Jessica Cisneros as a potential.
Next week.
That's next week. But Summerlee was one of those candidates that we were hoping would make a difference in Pennsylvania. And the bottom line is, like, there has to be, I don't know how we fight this kind of money that comes in late. And to be clear, some of this money is like establishment Democrat money, and some of this money is actually Republican money too. It really is. They have figured out that there's an issue set that is transpartisan, particularly into context of like approach on Israel, and they have figured out that they can get 2-fers or 3-fers out of it and inhibit progressives within the Democratic Party, and also inhibit the trajectory of the Democratic Party to be more skeptical. And I think, frankly, the Democratic Party is more skeptical of funding Israel than the votes that we see would indicate. I think it's one of those situations where you hit a critical mass of representatives. And I think they know this. And I think that's why they're deploying this. Sometimes there's dynamics where you see things grow slowly and it's visible. And then I think there's also dynamics where it's not visible. where I think if you hit a specific number, and I don't know what that number is, instead of there being, half a dozen votes against unconditional aid to Israel, I think you will jump from like a half a dozen to 3 dozen or 4 dozen.
Yeah. The thing that I need to see happen is any of these people taking this money are not welcomed into the Congressional Progressive Caucus.
Well, that's that. I mean, this has to be, there has to be. And both AOC and Ilhan Omar on this program basically implied that they were attempting to do this. They were looking to do this, and it has to happen. The days in which having big numbers for the Congressional Caucus, the Congressional Progressive Caucus, did something. And I don't know what it was that it did, having those numbers. Those days are gone. Better to have smaller numbers, but ones in which there is, frankly, a litmus test.
Yeah.
And this is like, I understand where people say, like, you shouldn't have a litmus test for this or you shouldn't have a litmus test for that. And I think in some instances that's an appropriate response. But in the context of a caucus within a larger caucus, where you are trying to act, where the whole concept of having a caucus like this is to create density so that your surface area is smaller, right? Like, I mean, it's just like a fist. My hand like this, the surface area is larger. But the force that I get when I do this is greater.
Yes.
I'm just trying to go
No,
for the metaphor.
I think it's
that
good.
is,
No.
that is, and that is what it is time for them to do.
100%. I mean, people were upset that the CPC endorsed Chantel Brown in that race. I get what you're saying, Matt. They shouldn't have done it, but they're going to endorse their incumbents. The fact that she was in the Congressional Progressive Caucus is the issue. Like, I'm fine with them endorsing their incumbents. She shouldn't be in the.
You need to make the bar to entry higher.
Yes.
So that that you're expending your energies and your efforts and your cachet or lending your imprimatur for a more tangible reason. It is time for them, and even if it means they have to have the number of people that are in the caucus, which they probably would have to do.
They should.
They should.
Oh my God, more.
They should.
Maybe.
There's something like, what, 110 members
Yes.
of the Congressional Progressive Caucus?
How many true, like, progressive members do you think there are?
Probably 40.
Yeah, well.
I mean, I think they're 40. And maybe they're 50. But, and they're not as, but they're people who are, I think it's fine for them to engage with leadership and to be diplomatic and to practice politics. I think they should, but they also need to have a hard and fast issue set.
Yeah.
And so, I mean, there are people out there that you don't ever really think about, like Jim McGovern from Worcester, for instance, incredibly progressive congressman from Worcester, Mass. Not, I don't want to. He's not uncharismatic, but he's not, he's
Well,
not.
some people do their business a little more quietly or whatever.
Yes, but an incredibly reliable progressive,
And not
vote.
standing up against the Iran deal. For
Right,
instance.
exactly. And there is no doubt 30 to 40 of people like that, whose names we don't even know. We never bring up on the show because of their demeanor and, their national profile, et cetera, et cetera. I think if you have 50 of those people or 40 of those people, they can function far more effectively than trying to maintain a caucus of 110 that don't have the same level of commitment. And we'll see. That is a project that people are engaging in. What was that? What did we get a sense? I just saw the numbers for the Senate race.
Yeah, it is getting more narrow between those three.
Did Oz just jump into the lead?
No, that was, I just think, looking at a precinct here.
Oh, okay,
I still
okay.
think McCormick has a narrow lead, but it is narrowing for Oz. Like,
Very
coming in.
interesting. Another
I-
race that's narrowing is Madison Cawthorn.
Yeah.
He has 88 precincts left, according to Wasserman, to make up a 1,742 vote deficit to Chuck Edwards. It's going down to the wire.
I'm rooting for Cawthorn. I
Me
mean, I
too.
want to make that clear. I'm rooting for Cawthorn.
Maybe that's more dirt.
I am.
Edwards is the slight favorite according to an update 1 minute ago.
I am up in the air in terms of the Senate Republican. Like, I think McCormick would be a good target for Fetterman. I also think Oz would be a good
Oz
target.
is a pathetic candidate. I mean, I love that. Like, I saw some guy who's like an expert on like shooting was breaking down Dr. Oz's Senate ad where he was like shooting guns and stuff. And even I can see, like, I've never shot a gun in my life. I'm not really near guns often. That guy knows.
I didn't see the
has
ad.
no idea what the fuck he's doing.
But I can tell you that I did some skeet when I was out in Michigan with a shotgun. I've shot 22s. I've shot an AR-15. I've shot a shotgun.
Shot an AR-15?
I did. Yeah.
Why?
My old neighbor
He was on
upstate.
maneuvers.
My old neighbor upstate. I mean, it was. I'm not going to pretend like I wasn't a little bit freaked out. My old neighbor upstate was like, I got to show you something. I'm like, okay. And he showed me a shotgun, which had a his and hers, as he described it. It's really just an adjustable butt, where it would slide in and out depending on who was using the shotgun. And then he brought out an AR-15 with a scope and a laser sight. And I'm like, dude, what's this? Why do you have this? Because, you know, I had
sound like Hello Tushy features.
I had neighbors. I have neighbors who, all of my neighbors own guns upstate. And handguns, shotguns, all sorts of calibers, a rifle. And I have a couple neighbors, they'll take a deer for the season, and that will be their meat that they eat. Plus they raise a pig or two. But I was like, "What? Why do you have this AR-15?" And his response was zombies.
Mm.
And of course, there have been no zombies up there. We just don't have zombies. They don't exist.
It's not the right climate for them.
I have to say that I got very, very enamored with his crossbow.
Oh.
That was pretty cool. At one point, he told me he got his uncle's handgun that had the registration number filed off.
Oh.
Yeah.
And I was like, what are you doing with it? He goes, "Oh, I buried it in the tree line back there." And I'm like, why? He said, "Well, if they come for me." I'm like, "Who's coming for you?" He's like, "The government." And I'm like, first off, I'm not quite sure that you can make it to the tree line. They came for you, like, unless you had like half a day warning.
Also a handgun?
Handgun. But it's also like, if the government comes for you, do you really think a handgun is gonna like stop them?
You better be really good with that handgun.
I mean, first of all, you better have a lot of cartridges to
fast reloading.
Fast reloading, and you better be really, really good.
Maybe if you do the infinite ammo cheat code.
Right. Like this is like but exactly. I mean, but
you need to be like Liam Neeson.
But I turned out to be pretty good at skeet, but I think that was just a function of video games.
Oh, okay.
Duck Hunt,
and Bond, I think.
What console was that on?
64.
Yeah, it was Atari, the first Atari 5200. I have no idea what it was, but it was a long time ago.
What were the gray Nintendos? What consoles
That
that?
was Super Nintendo.
Yeah, that was one I played growing up. I wasn't allowed to have video games in my house, so that was always at my other friends. My parents.
And look what they did.
I
They
also
created
could not
a problem
watch-
gambler.
I could not watch Nickelodeon or Cartoon Network.
Wow.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it's good that you.
They loved when I got arrested for pot. That was like a big deal.
Did you?
Yeah. Did I tell you that?
No, I haven't heard that story.
Oh
Has
God!
anybody
now I'm
else heard
gonna
this?
get
When did you get arrested for pot?
I was 19. I was in New Jersey, and my friends were smoking in my car on the street, and my mom's like, I told that story on air at TYT once, and she was like, I saw that. We worked so hard to get your record expunged, and now everyone's going to know. And I was like, honestly,
Wait,
Mom,
did
I
you
don't
go to
think-
court?
I did. I had to pay a fine.
Whoa.
They were like super aggressive about it. Yeah, it was because it was my car, so I got arrested.
Interesting, because I got busted for smoking a joint on what street was that? Ludlow. Back like when they were trying to when
Oh, you told
Ludlow
me
was
this,
starting
yeah.
to start happening.
Down the Lower East Side.
Yeah, in like 95 or 6 or something like that. And nothing was happening on Ludlow, but there was a comedy show that we have there, and they were Giuliani, I think, was very worried about, the element. And I got busted, had to go with my friend Ross Broccoli. We went to court, and I had to go to that court like 3 or 4 times for different violations. And the only time I went there for accidentally urinating in public.
Accident.
Well, it was in a construction site on the west
yeah.
side, so it wasn't like I was doing on the street corner. It was in dirt. It was all dirt, and I also I went to court for a joint, for public urination, and for running a red light on my bicycle. And the only time I actually ever was convicted and had to pay a fine, running a red light with a bicycle.
I also got busted for underage drinking. I just want to throw that out there.
Wow.
So,
Oh, jeez.
That was another fine I had to pay.
I had a construction site thing. I didn't even live here yet. I was looking for apartments, and me and my friend went onto a construction site to use the porta potties. And as I was finishing, I saw red and blue flashing lights.
That's why I was like, that was Matt. But you guys just had very similar stories. Yeah.
And they cited us for open container because we were walking around with Jack and Cokes. And then I went to pay the fine before I flew out of New York. And the guy gave me a lecture about, I don't come to your city to pee. And I'm like, I wasn't peeing on your streets. I literally broke into a construction site to pee in the purge on.
Oh, I didn't go in a porta potty. I went on like a mountain.
Yeah.
I mean,
No, did you guys get cuffed? I was cuffed and put in the back of a
Really?
car.
Yeah. Holy shit. Yeah,
They
me too.
cuffed. Well, it was just in this my friend from college's like New Jersey neighborhood. I wasn't, whatever. I guess it doesn't really mend them. And so you know where that is.
Chris Christie's hometown.
Yeah. And they're like known for really aggressive cops, and they were like, you can either get cuffed and we'll take you down to the station, or we'll bring in dogs to smell your car, and I can already tell by all the shake that you smoke in this car all the time. I was like, that's right. I started crying, and then I went to the station.
never ever cry. Never
Yeah.
let them see you cry.
Well,
When
was
I got
involuntary.
busted for urinating, I was with David Cross, and he basically just like started just to mock me in front of the cops. And I think that probably got me off, because he was like egging the cops on. It was not comfortable.
not okay.
In high school, I ran into the cops a couple of times, but that was those are different stories. In fact, I said this. I was on Ben Burgess's show last night, and I think I brought this up. I can't remember now. I was driving with my cousin, and we were driving down. We saw like a police roadblock, and we had a 6-pack of beer in the car, and I just stopped the car in the middle of the road. And I was like 16, and I had my license for 15 minutes. And the cop seemed to almost like I could see him run and get into his car, and then he almost like the cop car, just materialized right in front of us, and they made us come out and pour out all the beer, and then they just let us go. And I was like, if I was a black kid, it would have been like, it's done. I'm done. There's my whole, that's it. And I also got busted by a cop when I was with a girlfriend, and we were necking. Outside of a parking lot, and the guy thought that she was a prostitute and I was the John. That's a whole nother story. Yeah, but the best part was,
I just love the term necking.
well, it's a euphemism.
I get it.
And we were out in front of a yeshiva, and the cop calls me, cause it just in this one corner was like a dead end, and the cop pulls me out and he goes, "You're Jewish, aren't you?" And I'm like, "No, maybe I think he said, you're a Jew, right?" And I'm like, "Yeah, I am." And he goes, "And you're doing this in front of the church?" And I'm like, well, it's actually a school. He didn't appreciate that. Like, it's, it's not,
It's not the time to correct him.
Well, my girlfriend at the time was like the daughter of a well-known Worcester politician, and so that became a little bit awkward at one point. Yeah. Anyways, let's take a phone call. Call from a 308 area code. Who's this? Where are you calling from?
Trying to find election stuff.
Hey, it is Kowalski from Nebraska.
Kowalski, what's happening in Nebraska?
I'm strip tilling because I am a victim of success.
Okay.
I was going to call in and tell you a little bit. I got done planting 2 days ago. We're ahead of like everyone, so I was volunteered to help my neighbor. Yeah, I thought I was going to get a break. That ain't happening.
Well, we missed you in Boston, buddy.
Labor shortage. Oh, I have no doubt, but I got a steak dinner as a reward from the neighbor.
Oh wow! All right.
Yeah, it was great. Good locally sourced beef. Anywho, I did want to mention a few things about Nebraska's primary, since that was last week on Tuesday, and you guys seem to have neglected having an evening show to talk about Nebraska and West Virginia. So,
Yeah. We didn't think there would be big. Yeah. All right.
Not too many surprises. Good news was Jim Pillen did defeat Trump-backed candidate. I honestly thought it was going to be a bigger win for Pillen. It was a lot closer, but there was another candidate who was out of Omaha who was pulling on a lot of Pillen's support. So it is important to remember in the state of Nebraska, the Republican candidate that has the most votes of any candidate in state history is Ben Sasse. He did get more votes than Donald Trump in this state, largely because the city of Omaha voted disproportionately for Biden, but down tickets, they went red, which is why Kara Eastman lost. And there's no Senate or federal senator up for election this term, so both of those will be staying red. Governor-wise, it's pretty much set in stone that the Republicans will have it. There is a Democratic challenger, no hope. The two seats that could potentially see Democrats do well are in the 1st and 2nd district, which is largely Lincoln and Omaha. Those two districts, the Democrats, if they could actually organize something, might be able to pull off a win. Omaha is more likely than the 1st district, which is mostly Lincoln. But it would be a pretty tight race, especially since it doesn't look like the Democrats are really doing anything to like make a push for Omaha, I suppose. Yeah, kind of disappointing there. There is no mayoral election right now for Omaha, which is another big thing that Democrats could potentially do here, but nothing's going to happen. Then I also wanted to point out that Nebraska has the unicameral, which means we do not have House representatives. We only have a state Senate. Our state senators are bound by the Constitution to have only 2 4-year terms. It doesn't matter if you do them consecutively or apart. You can only serve for 8 cumulative years. This does not, in my opinion, appear to have really mattered at getting new people in to change anything. It just seems like the party establishment just keeps getting their own people in. So different face, different name, same policies. Basically the new guy Penner, who's like guaranteed to win, is no different than Ricketts, who is almost no different than Dave Heineman. So not much of a change there. So people who run on term limits, it doesn't really matter at the end of the day, especially since you'll just concede more to a machine than like a personality, I suppose. And sometimes personalities are better, in my opinion. And then I wanted to mention a couple things about that caller you had earlier, who was hilarious. Sam, we saw you get younger in real time, which was incredibly funny.
Taking years onto his life.
What do you mean?
Yes, you could just see. Well, any time you get into these, heated discussions with the youth, you just like absorb their energy as they, try to find something to run from. But on the labor front, there are labor shortages all over the country. So, like, even if we were experiencing a larger number of undocumented immigrants, it really wouldn't matter. And it is important to remember this year, half of all baby boomers are officially in retirement age. And that means every day boomers are walking out of the workforce into retirement, being replaced by Zoomers who are entering the workforce. The Zoomer generation is not as big as the retiring boomer generation. So just intrinsically, every day the labor pool will shrink.
Yep.
And that's going to be the case for the next 15 years
Yep.
until the millennial children are of working age.
The real challenges are going to be in Medicare and to a lesser extent Social Security.
Yes. But yeah, I've always been a little perplexed at how adding more people to the workforce would ever hurt an economy. It just seems like more people, more movement, but that's a whole nother thing. But that, and also COVID not being like a big deal. 1 million people dead. That is the largest mass death event in our country's history. COVID has spread faster than measles. The long-term health implications are looking like people could be suffering from minor or micro strokes as early as age like 40, which is debilitating to your neurons. So like we could be seeing long-lasting health implications from this for decades at the very least. And this is a pandemic that early on we did fight rather hard, because I think a lot of people do forget that when the lockdown first initiated, we did not have enough PPE. And it was also winter when most people were in enclosed spaces. It was only come early summer that we started to relax those policies. PPE became more available, and then everybody started talking about needing to open up. So that just coincided, like really lucky timing in a lot of ways. And from like, I guess it's more of like an anecdotal perspective, but I guess from like where I'm sitting, I do not see how people do not think COVID is going to be more serious, or it wasn't like as serious of an illness. Like people think that it like isn't that big a deal, but I don't understand if that's just like cognitive dissonance or something, but like it's a huge deal.
Well, that idea is subsidized by oligarchic libertarian think tanks like Stanford Hoover Institution and stuff like that, because you want to downplay the idea that we should. They want to say like having people stay home and giving them like $2,000 was a massive overreaction by the government, because it actually was very smart policy that helps people massively, and they don't like that.
It is
Yeah,
stunning when you look at what this country has done in response to 3,000 deaths, in response to 1,000 deaths, in response to 20,000 deaths annually, 50,000 deaths annly.
How many were at Benghazi?
I mean, three deaths. You know, this in no way is meant to minimize like things like drug overdoses, but you know, the idea that 60,000, 50,000 people would die a year from opioid addiction or overdoses 5 years ago was just a horror show. But somehow we have been able to absorb the idea of 500,000 people dying annually over the past 2 years as being like, well, what are you going to do? I mean, it's not like we shouldn't, the government shouldn't have the capacity to require any mitigating circumstances, any mitigating, and this also completely, look, the reality is we don't know what the implications of long COVID is. I mean, you know, we know from anecdotally, we know in some individual cases, but as a society, we have no sense of it. And frankly, we're not far enough out to really get a sense of the long-term implications of it. You know, you're starting to see some data that suggests that like there's like an extra added above average deaths that aren't directly attributed to COVID, but might be secondary. I mean, we're not going to fully understand the implications of this until we are 5-10 years out from it. And then we'll have a much greater sense, but there is no scenario where the implications of it are less devastating than we imagine now. That's not That's not possible. What is more likely is that the implications of this are more problematic than we really have the ability to assess at this point.
Just anecdotally, from what I've been seeing, micro strokes appear to be causing a lot of the fatigue. I've seen a lot of compelling evidence and just some of the stuff that's been going through our own local hospital. So that's what has me mostly concerned, because that kind of stuff, I mean, you could literally black out while driving and you wouldn't have even known. And some of these people were even asymptomatic. So
just a cold, said Jimmy Dore.
Yeah, just a cold. Also, I don't know when you're having your person interview for the food shortage thing coming up, but it's not looking any better on that front. When is that interview, by chance, if you would be kind enough to say?
Next Monday.
Next Monday.
Next Monday. Okay, then I'll just leave that person to explain it, but I've taken up enough time, but it's going to be a very big deal. So,
Kowalski,
Thanks,
thanks for the
Kowalski.
call, I think.
I'm a little.
Appreciate it. Sorry to miss you in Boston.
Tapper is interviewing John Fetterman's wife.
Let's hear this.
I mean, the part earlier that like I was reading the closed captions for was just like 5 questions about his health, but whatever.
He's running now are the same things he ran back then when they called him a progressive. Now it's where the party has shifted. I think he's someone who's always has been able to shift the needle on issues, and I think he'll continue to do that. He is passionate about the work that he does. He works on tough issues, and he slowly moves the needle so that he gets others on board on this work.
The second lady of the great Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, Giselle Fetterman, congratulations again. I know it's been a wild roller coaster of a few days for you and your family, but congratulations on the hard-fought victory this evening.
Thank you so much, Jake.
And we're all praying for him and wishing him well. And before you go, how are your kids doing? Before
Okay,
you go?
all right, no, whatever. Yeah, I spent like, I mean, they're
Politics for babies. Like
I know. Well, I mean, you said something, Matt, like a few months ago, and I keep thinking about it every time I see like CNN on at the gym or at the in my laundry room, and it's just you said because I just like that's the only time I ever encounter it. But you said like it's a television show for people who want to feel informed about the news. Yeah,
that's what they're selling, not information, but the feeling of being informed.
Exactly.
Wait a second. You got a TV in your laundry room?
There's a little TV, yeah, in the building. There's like a just whatever. It's in like it plays the audio. I can't change it. I don't have the remote. I'm not gonna. But it is
just
interesting.
Like a TV in there. That's pretty good.
Well, I mean, it's not like I linger in there. I'll put the laundry in the washer.
Sam stayed in there getting in fights with the other tenants.
Yes.
I just wait for people to come in.
Can you believe?
I mean, I'm wearing a mask when I'm doing it.
table.
God, can you believe what's going on here?
So what? You fold in the laundry room, or do you bring it up?
If there was a TV, I would.
If it was playing CNN.
Can you believe Jim?
Anything? Yeah, can you believe this? What the?
All they do is talk about Ukraine. All they do.
Crazy.
That's it. No mention of Palestine, incidentally.
Where are we? Tomo Link. We talked about that. Perry Fi Kowalski. We just spoke to him. Talia from Tampa. On one hand, Cawthorn is an insane fascist. On the other hand, he's content galore.
We have breaking news.
We don't really cover Cawthorn that much.
Hold on. Well, one,
a little bit.
I kind of had like an informal policy of when, whatever, I host the show, I'm just like implementing it because I found him to be a massive troll. But breaking news. Dave Wasserman has seen enough.
Go ahead.
All right. Madison Cawthorn has lost renomination to Senator Chuck Edwards in the North Carolina 11th GOP
That
primary.
sucks.
Yeah, I mean, now we just get a less entertaining fascist.
I'm sorry. I mean, Madison Cawthorn was pretty entertaining, and I like the fact that he was
Probably want to disclose everything he hasn't disclosed already. Or
You know what?
Oh my God! Go out in a
Bradley?
blaze of glory,
Send an email.
Madison. We want to have you on the
Lordy, I hope there are tapes.
Send an email. Send an email.
Going
If
on
he wants to, if he
Hassan's
wants
show?
to.
He's going on Hassan's show. Am I wrong?
What?
One of the elected fascists is going on Hassan's show.
Bradley,
and I'm pretty sure
get Madison
it's Madison
Cawthorn. I want him
Cawthorn.
on tomorrow. Anything he wants to say about the Republican Party, we're gonna air.
Wait, I'm like pretty. I think there's a good chance maybe, that he would come on because I think he is going on Hassan's show. I could be wrong. I thought that they interacted. Yes, here we go. I mean, Hassan DM'd him. Cawthorn DM'd him, hey man, would love to connect sometime. And Hassan said, still down because I would absolutely love to have you on. And apparently, I don't know, might be in the works. So
I mean, do we know that's about a show or is that just like them hanging out?
I don't know. This is a live program, and I didn't think that it would come up.
Damian says, yeah, he's going on Hassan's show. Well, let's scoop Hassan. I want him on tomorrow.
Yeah.
If he's going to be on Hassan's show in the next couple of days, I want him on tomorrow. Let's call him now. Let's get his reaction. He can do his concession speech on our show.
So do you think that like actually, I mean, I'm just
Will you
still...
please tweet out that it appears that Cawthorn will not be doing his concession speech on this show? But
we can't know for sure.
I don't want to shut the door on it.
Yeah.
Calling from a 856 area code. Who's this? Where are you calling
I'm
from?
trying to make distinct clips so we can clip this for breaking news. But if we just like do little short commentary, it's not going to work.
Where's Dorsey?
Okay. I'm trying to help.
No, I understand.
Us out. Yeah.
I understand.
Yeah.
That's listen. The way that we run this.
Because we posted one clip today, and it's just the Tim Pool thing.
That was it.
Yeah.
We
We're
only
not
have
going to
one?
post while we're
Streaming. No,
streaming,
I know.
yeah.
Or
Okay.
whatever. I'm just
Calling from
trying
an
to make sure we make
856
money.
area code. We're done with that. We're post making money on this.
Okay.
We're just going to drive this thing right into the ground. 856. Who's this? Where are you calling from?
Hi, this is Kirk from Pennsylvania.
Kirk, let's have the debate. You've been wanting to have it for years. Let's do it.
I think I'll skip it and just be kind. But I wanted to say one thing. I am here in Philadelphia on the idea of endorsing incumbents. There was a unique thing that happened in Philadelphia for State Rep Elizabeth Fiedler, where she is the incumbent but was not endorsed by the Philadelphia Democratic Party, who instead endorsed he was a landlord, really, who had said a number of positive things about Trump in the past and like retweeted a bunch of things.
What?
Retweeted some Lloyd Blankfein things and retweeted some like positive Betsy DeVos tweets in the past about working on education. And so I do think like on the progressive side, in a number of these things we need to get over and communicate as negative and, frankly, just putting up a smoke screen is we need to protect our incumbents, because here in Philadelphia, one of our progressive state reps was the incumbent and was fortunately like she's going to win, but cast aside just because there was this other, Republican essentially.
I mean, the real answer is ultimately is that folks like you, maybe not you, but folks like you need to start engaging in their local machines and have essentially take over. I mean, we see the model on the right as it exists. The model makes sense because an apparatus exists already, and to create a new apparatus is much harder than to essentially supplant the people who populate an existing one. I mean, that's basically it. I mean, you could find anything as an example, but if if John Doe out there wanted to launch a YouTube show, they could try and launch a YouTube show and build an audience like the one that exists on this program, or they could come in and just basically take me out and replace me and show up tomorrow. And if they were
play the long game,
and if they were like honestly remotely talented, even within vicinity of talented,
would do far better just by taking me out, because the apparatus exists. The audience shows up on a daily basis. The infrastructure here, and
You're
really
just making the case for me to just like off you.
I mean, look, I'm not saying that there has to be violence associated with this, but that's my point.
Just blackmail.
Is that depending on your locality. In my experience, every organization that I have ever been aware of or been a part of, and in some way sucks. And the only way it gets better is if better people populate it. And
oh yeah, absolutely. I don't disagree with that. I think the only point I would make is, part of that change needs to be all of these things that are, described as respect for a process that is, it's another one of these decorum things of like the filibuster, or in the Progressive Caucus endorsing incumbents. It's like these are things that I think you'll see this old guard start to move away from, like these parts of the respective process, as they're worried about losing their own power. And I think as we're coming into challenging these old guard, shouldn't have respect for ourselves, because they're kind of a smokescreen to begin with.
Appreciate the call.
Thank you.
Few updates. Summer Lee has closed some of the gap. I mean, honestly, nearly halved it. I'm, not familiar with the dynamics of every race, but people saying, don't lose hope altogether because Irwin's votes are going to be heavily skewed at the beginning because he's going to have early voters, mail-in voters, etc. But now Lee has 39.2% to 43.7%. With 78% in, we could see she would have to make up a significant ground, but that's a lot closer than I initially anticipated. And Wasserman is also saying that Kathy Barnett has been basically, numerically eliminated from the GOP Senate race. So it's down to Oz versus McCormick, faceless Republican.
It's so early mail-in votings were not looking good for Paul Prescott, who's running for Senate district in Pennsylvania, but apparently he's leading the election day voting 55 to 45 in Philadelphia.
Yeah, it's looking like the election day vote in Pittsburgh and Philly is looking much, much better for progressive candidates than it is than the early voting was.
Nice.
Yeah,
okay.
And the mail-in voting.
I wonder why that is. Is that a function of infrastructure? I'm curious about that.
Age, maybe? I don't know. Older voters might be likely to early vote.
I also feel like it's irregular. Sometimes I feel like conservatives do way better in day of voting and mail-in voting, but it seems kind of not inconsistent.
So Madison Cawthorn, I mean, look, it seems like he's lost, but he needs 60 to 70% of remaining projected votes to win the race, which is likely not going to happen.
I'm torn because I want him to be the representative there, but I also want to hear what he's going to say on our show or Hassan's show.
It's going to happen. Probably
Hassan's show, but either way. Todd Shockley, you guys and gals are loved. Thanks for all you do. The other Biden, turn on the AC, open the window, go into bankrupt, show and accelerate global warming in one fell swoop. Emma loves cashews. Cawthorn made the massive mistake of telling the absolute truth about the House GOP's orgies. Google Murray Bookchin. Could you please have Josh Price on? He's running for Secretary of State in Arkansas and has some seriously great ideas about mobile voter registration with free ID cards. Need all the help we can get. That might be an interesting candidate. Different perspective coming from a state that red. Tim Poole's economics researcher. Hey, Dad, turning on phone 7. Turning on phone tonight? We've got some wheat to thresh. Okay, all right. Chris from Taiwan. If Cawthorn loses, he has a shred of dignity. He will blow the whistle on the cocaine sex parties, the Republicans he was referring to.
Perhaps an exclusive on this program.
I predict he'll maybe do something, but he's not going to give away the full thing.
No way.
He still believes he has a future.
He wants to get employed.
Ghost, Max and BK are my I am shadow banned from the show. That's the second time I've read that same I am, and the answer is yes. Ghost Panda. Sam, I think he's got you on this one. My body, my choice. I can hardly count the number of times I've caught pregnancy from someone else who's refused to get an abortion. Cider Berghane. Sam knows safety is a core issue in the Apple orgy scene. Have fun and always be sure to check worms. Core issue.
Worms?
Radio Free America. This is the guy that we debated. Can I use it on my TikTok? Yes. You can use it on your TikTok. You can not edit within segments. You can use segments, but not edit within segments.
Okay.
And you must also tag us either on Instagram or on Twitter or on YouTube. But otherwise,
TikTok.
I don't think we have a TikTok channel.
We should.
We should.
I don't have one myself personally, so I don't know how to work it. But
Also, do a hashtag left is best on TikTok.
Yeah.
oh, nice.
Under those circumstances, you can clip the entire thing if you want.
We like to tick and we like to talk.
All 25 and a half
Are
minutes
you
of it.
kidding me? Wow, this is amazing. With 81% in, it's now 39.6% for Lee to 43.3% for Irwin.
Yeah, she's really closing the gap.
Wait, it's what? Say again?
43.3 to 39.6.
She was down like 30% in the beginning. Yeah, she's really closing the gap.
4-point differential.
81% with a little over 3,000.
How many votes?
Total?
Total exist at 80?
I don't have the total, but 35,181 for Irwin and 32,169 for her. So it's over 3,000.
So 67,000 votes constitutes 80%.
Well, plus 10,000 more, a little 12,000 more.
So what's the 12,000 more?
Dickinson, Woodard, Parker, non-factors.
Yeah.
Okay, so 100,000 is 80%. So somebody can do the math there. That's like another 25,000 extant. And the idea that she can make up how many thousand votes? What's the differential?
Over 3,000, 3,012.
I mean, to make up 3,012 votes, she needs to win 60% of those?
Yeah.
25,000?
Weigel just retweeted this guy, Jake Sternberger. He's a Dem strategist in PA. There was a big vote dump in Allegheny County just now, and Lee in Summers winning the Allegheny same-day ballots, 17,455 to 10,477 for Irwin.
Let's go.
So there are 348 precincts left in Allegheny County. He's thinking it's going to be a razor-thin margin.
Let's go. I mean, this is when you get excited about doing this kind of coverage. That's exciting. All right, come on. Let's go, Summer Lee.
I got excited when that guy was like, I want to debate you.
Boy, did we know
I
that.
want Summer Lee to win really, really badly. I mean, and again, like these are like these electoral politics highs, and then probably I'm sure in 2 years we'll have someone write in about how she's a sellout or whatever. But still exciting.
Future reactionary. Any chance Republican voter election skeptics sit out the general if their preferred candidate doesn't win the primary? I wonder about that, but generally
I think
would say
indications
no.
are no, that they are even more the extent people believe that the election was stolen, they're more eager to vote.
Clown Shoe Mike, I meant to ask earlier, but was too focused on the Tim Pool Binder question. Did y'all enjoy the beer? Saw Emma drinking some rainbows. Loved the show.
I did, yeah, I
well,
did.
Thank you very much.
I had 1.5, I think, but those were big cans, so they were great.
I am from Left of the Box. I have the print. I was going to show it tomorrow, but we have apple chips and Sandy from Left of the Box drew an amazing picture of
illustration of you.
Illustration of me. Really just like sort of blow your mind level of artwork.
Good.
I love it. I love it. And we'll show it tomorrow on the program. On the subject of elections, I'd like to call in to talk about Ontario provincial election happening on June 2nd. The stakes are unbelievably high. If you're not opening phones tonight, the next time I'll be able to try and call in will be Monday. Also, the live show was awesome. Glad I could make it. It was great to see you. Let's plan that for Monday. Notorious BOC. Do we know how much early voting already occurred in PA that could make the Fetterman stroke, well, a non-issue? He's already won, so that's not an issue. Will from Indiana. Got off my job early to tune in the primary coverage. Fetterman's race is incredibly important, but man, I really want Charles Booker to win. Well,
he did.
You have gotten your wish tonight. Illuminati Kids sounds like the cul-de-sac bit Emma in the
What?
Oh, sounds like the cul-de-sac bit Emma in the ass there.
Yeah.
Boxed in by the cops, no getaway route.
It's funny.
Lost tacos.
I think it literally in that town, like that was like 45 minutes away from me, where I grew up. I think that literally was a cul-de-sac. It was a circle, right? And that's why we decided to park there.
Nice.
All right.
Sam, what's your take on that Binder shouldn't have gone on Tim Pool's show because Tim might have taken off his beanie and caused irreparable psychological damage to Matt? I mean, I think that was a risk that Matt was willing to take. He also could have been wearing special contact lenses, which would have blocked out Tim's non-beanied head.
If anything, I wish Binder was also wearing a similar black beanie.
Oh, yeah.
Was he?
Oh, my God.
No,
he should have gone into it like that.
He should have worn the beanie close to the eyebrows.
A troll job, yeah.
A Poolian essence about
Yeah,
Binder.
yeah, right. Like to throw him off his game. I thought I'd be the only beanied man in the arena.
Bleach injection. Greetings, MR crew. It was an honor to meet you in Boston. I'm happy to say that I am now a member. If Cawthorn loses, let's hope he names some names and goes out in a blaze. Yeah, we've been talking about that. Salt Lake Lefty. Are IMs open? Are IMs open? Cascade on Fa. Fingers crossed for the Portland City Council race. The only progressive, by no means perfect, Joanne Hardesty in the race has been attacked relentlessly by NIMBYs. So even the target of an attempted police smear is up against some far-right wingers.
Decision Desk also calling it against Cawthorn.
Q short. All these lefties who won't vote blue because they don't want to be associated with Dems can bite my shorts. I had to register as a Republican to vote against the craziest of the crazies here in Idaho. Yes, I am all for changing your registration and doing anything electorally that will increase the very limited but greater than zero impact of your vote.
Yeah, it's simple. People that act like it is a stain on your soul that you have to like account for at their pearly gates are succumbing to reactionary propaganda.
Yeah, it's just absurd. I mean, your vote is a tool. Wield it in the way that is most likely to bring about, and I should be clear, most likely could be only a 5% chance, but that's more likely than a 3% chance. Mm-hmm. Wield your vote and your party affiliation and your registration, all of those things, in the way that is most likely to bring about the change you want to see. It is very, very simple. And whenever an election happens, I welcome people calling in to make an argument that voting some other way than I have articulated will bring about that change quicker. I am completely open to that. It's just that nobody ever makes that argument. It all becomes like how it reflects on them as a person. And I don't give a shit about how it reflects on me as a person or whether there is some principles floating around in the atmosphere represented by Greek mythological figures or whatever the fuck it is. The bottom line is, how do I take this tool and use it in a way that is going to bring about the type of change that I want?
Just some more context on some of these races. So Bradley mentioned that Mastriano, right? That's how you pronounce it, right, Bradley? The now gubernatorial candidate in Pennsylvania on the GOP ticket was a January 6er. I just want to read from Kaylee Rogers over at 538. Mastriano is probably the most ardent big lie supporter we'll see win tonight. Remember that he attempted to launch a forensic audit of the state's election results and paid for busloads of Pennsylvanians to join him at the January 6th rally that devolved into the attack on the Capitol. His win is important because it signals just how mainstream these ideas have become in the Republican Party. Blah, blah, blah. But just this is not somebody who just said, wow, the election was stolen. There was something funny with the ballots. No. As Kaylee Rogers writes, he tried to launch the audit. He was at the forefront of that kind of nonsense and paid for the busloads of Pennsylvanians at the January 6th rally.
What's also hilarious, especially...
Well, at least he believes in public transportation.
Oh yeah, right. I mean,
he's an
he's an
urbanist.
infrastructure dude.
What's also hilarious about this is Mastriano literally, the votes came in the same exact way that he alleged would be fraudulent, in that he was not leading and continued to gain ground as the ballots continued to come in. So if this was 2020, he would have said his own election was fraudulent.
Conspiracy. He's a fortune teller.
559 area code. Who's this? Where are you calling from? 559 599 1559. All right. Calling from a 610 area code. Who's this? Where are you calling from?
Sam.
Yes.
This is Mike from PA. How are you doing?
Mike from PA. Look who's decided to call in after all this time. Too busy with his own show to call in.
well, you know, I figured I'd give you guys a call on my special night.
Well, this is exciting. Mike from PA, of course, has his own show, his own Twitch show, and doesn't have the time to call in anymore.
Yeah, unfortunately. But hey, you know what? We should hook up sometime. Honestly.
All right.
I'll make some time.
I mean, let's okay. Well, let's do that.
Yeah, but I am getting more and more hyped out of my mind. Normally, I'm pretty calm on election night, but I think Summer Lee might be on the side path.
Don't say the word that starts with a W. I was telling Sam.
I didn't say that.
I was telling Sam about this.
Saying you should be paying more attention. It's going to be tight. I think
Mike,
she might be on it.
Mike,
But
you know
that's
how
not
I
what wanted to
got
talk about.
Mike, you know how I got the Giants to win the Super Bowl in the 2012 season?
Oh, God.
I didn't say the W word on game day ever.
You already wished a concussion on Crosby. I'm already frustrated with you. So don't
I would
even-
never wish a
don't even
concussion
start.
on anybody. But you know, like, look, I'm just happy with how that series played out, and I hope Crosby enjoys golf.
Oh boy, okay. Well,
Dude, you guys have won like 3 Stanley Cups in 15 years. Just let us have this, please. Jesus.
No idea what anybody's talking
All right.
about right now. What
Anyway,
else?
So I don't know if you remember this, Sam, but I helped run a race in 2018 for a progressive candidate.
Of course, I remember that.
And so he's running again for the same seat that Hillary won. And we famously, the reason why I'm such a big John Fetterman supporter is he was fighting against the Democratic Party to help us, including personally pulling out his checkbook, writing a $2,000 check because we were a Medicare for All candidate while he was running for lieutenant governor. And he really earned my loyalty that, race because of how hard he fought for us. We ended up losing by like 1%. Now, the Republicans spent $2 million against us in a state Senate race.
That's nuts.
It's probably the most that's been spent in the PA state Senate race in a while. But it looks like the Republican incumbent, the guy I helped, is running again. He just won the nomination again tonight. It looks like the Republican, who is very powerful, may be defeated by a far-right candidate in that seat, which voted for Hillary, Obama, and Biden. So that state Senate candidate I helped might actually end up winning his election because, they're going to throw that one to the wolves.
I mean, it's sad in some respects, and on some level, this is like the Democratic strategy, but it literally has been, it feels like over the past 20 plus years, the Democrats just wait for the Republicans to get progressively more insane. And it's almost like every other election, their insanity becomes so intense that they overreach and a Democrat gets in, and then there's a correction, and then it happens again.
In Pennsylvania, our politics is so diverse, and we have, with John winning, and this is like a pivot point because he's really disproving the DNC corporate, we need to have a son of a PNC lobbyist who accepts big corporate money, who's a Marine, former prosecutor. That's who we're going to pick got absolutely annihilated by John, who is a populist. Like he just is a populist. He supports the positions he thinks the majority of Pennsylvania support, and he's overwhelmingly like left leaning. And he's not afraid to go in and take positions like he wants to legalize magic mushrooms and stuff that is like not even being talked about by like normal politicians. But he did a 67 county tour, which is every county in Pennsylvania, to legalize marijuana. And he's winning in these rural counties by 50, 60 points. Like that's why
he's pro-union in a way that I feel like hasn't been mainstreamed by a ton of Democratic candidates in a long time too.
Yeah, and he talks about like structural policy that would help the left. So like, campaign finance reform, voting reform, the PRO Act, the For the People Act, gerrymandering, expand, all this kind of stuff, getting rid of the filibuster. Like, he's going to be a very strong voice in the caucus should he prevail. And, if Summer pulls it out, if Summer Lee pulls it out, like, that is Pittsburgh.
Yeah.
And that is a totally different direction for that kind, the quintessential Obama-Trump region is going to be represented by John Fetterman and Summer Lee, as opposed to
we hope Summer Lee.
You're really counting your chickens
like
here.
out in front of your skis, bud.
Dave.
I'm not trying to count him.
Not Dave. Sorry, Mike. Dave Wasserman is saying that McCormick and Mehmet Oz, Dr. Oz, could end up in recount territory because it's getting so close between the two of them. Dave Wasserman seems to think that that's going to be good for Fetterman. What's your take on that?
I mean, I think Oz is just the worst candidate for the Republicans personally, because he doesn't have like that natural psycho base support, and I don't think he's well loved by corporate Republicans. Just all in all, a pretty piss poor candidate. McCormick just has so much money, and he could run a Youngkin-style campaign, which I would be not as excited. I think that would be not as good for John as a Dr. Oz kind of a joke candidate. It really comes down to how well John Fetterman performs out west, and if he can keep it closer in the rural areas, and also the collar counties and the Lehigh Valley are really important. And so, I think Mehmet Oz does pretty poor in the collar counties, the Lehigh Valley out west. I see him as a weak candidate.
I think Oz is weaker than McCormick, but I think they both have. I think that Fetterman matches up well with both of them, more or less for the same reason.
What's your? Oh, sorry. Go on that.
Go ahead.
I mean, Sam. What is your take on the Lehigh Valleys? I asked this because I went to college in the Lehigh Valley, and I'm like, I wish I was more active in like understanding the politics in that area. But why do you think, in particular, the Lehigh Valley would not be interested in someone like Dr. Oz?
It's almost like the collar counties plus. And then you have this, you have Allentown, which has grown really large, grown with Latino immigration. You have, it becoming more of a bedroom community for Philadelphia and New York.
Easton.
And so it has.
Where I went to school.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And it has like a combination of like, recent immigrants and young, it's younger than much of Pennsylvania. It's the only region in the state that's growing robustly in population. So it's much closer to a more, the type of areas that are trending more Democratic over time. And it's, it's not like an ancestral Democratic, although it was in the past because of Bethlehem Steel. It's now like had a new wave of growth that is like makes it more similar to, the counties surrounding like Georgia, Atlanta and Georgia. So I just think that, Oz is kind of doesn't play as well with those kind of voters. And that's kind of my own personal judgment talking to people. And I think John Fetterman is just like a very strong candidate. Like he's got the vibes. He has the intangibles, which is you just can't make it happen. You either have it or you don't, and I think he really does.
All right. Well, good to know. Mike, thank you for the insight. I really appreciate it.
Yeah. Well, thanks for having me on, and hope to be on soon.
All right. Talk soon.
Yeah. Well, you got to call in.
Will do, Sam.
All right.
Bye.
That's Mike.
See you, bud.
It's been. I feel like it's been like a year. Thanks for calling, Mike. It's been a long time since we heard from Mike from PA. Was that the first time you've ever even heard from him?
I know him from like Twitter and stuff. I can't remember
You never
if
even
we'd
call into
spoken
the
on
show.
the phone.
No, he was a regular caller, and then he went off and found fame himself, and left us in the dust. That's what happens.
It's like what happened in the Kanye documentary.
I mean, almost identical. I'm not familiar with that documentary, but it sounds very much like the way that Mike from PA operates, just like Kanye.
They're identical, honestly, the two of them.
Have you ever seen Mike from PA's sneakers?
No.
No, he's got his own brand of sneakers.
Calling
from a 559 area code. 559. This dude literally just said, like, on the IMs, hey,
You got
this
my
is
call?
559. Sorry you brought me in mid-cooking and busy hands. I'm available now. And so I just took
You're
559.
unavailable.
559. Do you have any idea? This guy's been on hold for like 2 hours. It cost us like
Maybe just IM.
$700.
Yeah.
It's just IM, maybe.
Yep. I'm
So,
sorry.
I'm
There's only
taking
so
a-
many times you can cook.
Sorry.
All right. I'm making an executive decision that we're not going to do this for more than 25 minutes. We're going to be out of
I
here
was about to
before
ask.
quarter of 11. Just because everybody's got to sleep. And, all right. He says, I'm talking, but it's just not going through. Well,
Okay.
I'm sorry. I don't know what to do.
Yeah, well.
Alex from Winsburg. After months of listening daily, I just became a member tonight. Left is best. Saying Mike is from PA is like Kanye is not incorrect, says Jim from PA. I don't even know what it means to say that he's like Kanye. Call him from
Megalomaniac.
484. 484. Hello? Was
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you now.
Can you hear me?
Oh my God.
Oh my God. Okay, cool. This is so cool. Hi,
is this
this
your
is
fault?
Dave from Pennsylvania.
Dave from Pennsylvania.
What-
See,
what's going on?
I
Pennsylvania's
accidentally
going
called
crazy.
Mike Dave earlier when reading a tweet from Dave Wasserman. So
there you go.
Now this is Dave from Pennsylvania.
Yes. Okay, cool. This is so cool. Because I heard you guys talking about older voters voting early. So I wanted to call in. I recently just canvassed for Paul Prescott's campaign in Philadelphia, and when I was doing that, I did notice that when we were going to people's houses, older voters would tend to shoo us away, saying that they already had their mail-in ballots, and it kind of was a difficult experience to like get them to come out and talk about your candidate. So I was just trying to, I guess, weigh in on that. I'm really hoping Paul pulls through for tonight, but I think it's like right when I last checked, it was like 60-40 his opponent in the lead.
Wow, that's interesting. And I appreciate the insight. I mean, if what you're saying is true, though, maybe there's time. Oh, let's hear from.
Sorry,
Cawthorn.
Mike. We gotta jump.
It's not Mike. It's Dave.
Dave.
Sorry.
All right, Dave. Appreciate the insight.
I'm
Thanks,
drinking
man.
red wine through a straw, so like a housewife, so my teeth don't get red.
0.7% of the vote. In first place, State Senator Chuck Edwards with 33.5% of the vote. He's up by 1,500 votes, more than 1,500 votes. Let's go to Diane Gallagher right now, who is at Cawthorn headquarters in Hendersonville, North Carolina. Diane, what's happening inside the Cawthorn camp right now? Most of the votes are counted, but
This
there's
is
still 5
continuing
or 6%
with our
of the
coverage
vote out
of
there.
CNN's coverage
What does the
of
campaign
the
say?
primaries.
Yeah, so things are shutting down here at this point. Jake, Madison Cawthorn went home just a few moments ago after addressing supporters and telling them that he plans to fight on for his community. Now, what that means for him is still to be determined. As you said, still some votes out there at this point, but it has been an uphill battle for him all night. This is what he said to supporters just a few moments ago.
You know what? The thing that I love about President Trump is that when you get your back pushed up against the wall, I've found that most people in politics, if it's not politically expedient to them, they'll turn your back on you in a heartbeat. But no matter what you are facing, when Donald Trump has your back, he has your back to the end.
The concession or not?
I've got to. That's the way I get loyalty. So when they get charged with felonies, they know I'm going to get them pardoned.
I'm there for all those lawyers who helped me out with the.
That's what I think of when I think of Trump is loyalty, personal loyalty to the people that have his back.
Yeah.
What was it that he asked?
Honest loyalty.
Do you have honest loyalty?
Comey?
Yeah.
You're talking about?
Not just loyalty. I'm looking for honest loyalty.
If you know what I mean.
If you know what I'm saying.
If we can see our way to looking past that little thing.
Can we avoid the criminal charges? That kind of loyalty.
Okay, so Madison Cawthorn's lost.
Answer the question.
Well, I mean, you got to pay me more.
Oh, all right. Well, okay. How about you just bill me more and I never pay you?
Hey, yeah, if you ever need a place to stay in Manhattan or Florida, I got you.
Calling from a 320 area code. Who's this? Where are you calling from?
Hello. My name is Jim Caveney, calling from Minnesota. First time caller.
Jim from Minnesota. What's on your mind?
Oh man, huge can of worms here.
Oh, all right. Click.
I'm a fan of your show. I like your guys' all your clips. Jordan Peterson, little Dave Rubin, learn who's this guy. Then it's Tim Pool and that. But I'm just this guy in Minnesota looking at politics, and you got Trump supporters, and it's all divided right and left. And I'm wondering what, in your opinion, what is the worst dirt on Donald Trump? And I'll preface that by saying that, in my opinion, when he was on the Howard Stern show and he literally bragged about perping his own employees going into their locker room when they're changing, I thought that was, pretty clear, just proof of how lame and just gross and bad of a person he was. What do you guys think is the worst dirt on Donald Trump?
The fact that he wanted to overturn the election.
Well, I mean, what do you mean by that?
Like I just, in terms of electorally, that's going to be the best way to hit him is January 6th. I think.
But are you saying, like, with the people that you talk to, what's going to be the thing that you say that will?
Yeah, kind of.
Okay.
And then I'm glad you asked that, because that's really where it comes from. Is like when I talk to people, I'm like, all right, he said he was going to show his taxes, and then he didn't. Like, how do you feel about that?
Well, it really is a function of who these people are. It really is a function of who these people are. This is the answer. What can I say in any scenario? What can I say that will convince someone of X? And the answer to that question is, who are you talking to? Like, what is important to them? And
you're right, and that's the disturbing thing. And it's like, no one here really cares, like, that Tim Pool thinks he's smart and lies to, like, make himself sound smart. But I think that people care. Like, when I see Trump signs and, like, a lot of people are like, oh yeah, he's just, he doesn't care what people think. He's not PC, and he's America. They're like, he's America first, so it doesn't matter all the other bullshit.
All right. Well,
like, is he really America?
Yeah, there's two things. Listen.
Yeah.
I'm not sure what your point is. Hold on for 1 second. Hold on for 1 second. I'm not sure what your point is in bringing up the Tim Pool thing, but the Tim Pool thing makes a difference to 17 and 18-year-olds and 16-year-olds and 15-year-olds who are watching the show on YouTube, to be honest with you.
Oh,
I mean, I just came back from a show in Boston. Hold on for 1 sec. Where half a dozen people, said, I was a libertarian, I was a conservative, and we saw your show. So that's why we do that material. But in terms of like giving you an argument to deal with your, the people that you deal with, I don't know who those people are. I don't know if what's important to them is taxes, is jobs, is healthcare, abortion, is you need to listen.
What about
hold on.
just decency? Yeah.
Okay.
That
Nobody
ain't it.
gives a shit.
No one cares.
In this country. I mean, I suppose there are some
Oh,
people, but if they cared about decency, you wouldn't have to convince them of anything.
You wouldn't
Because
have
that's
Nixon.
so obvious that all the people who care about decency, they have left the building.
But let me butt in just for a second. That's like, as this, what do you call it? Hopeless romantic, like just thinking that there's, something that could be said to people. Like, if you had Madison Cawthorn on your show, or if you had Jordan Peterson on your show, and they really gave you the time of day, or some like avid Trump supporter like Lauren Boebert, or if like I feel like I'm talking with those people that give those people space. So could you like why did Howard Stern delete that?
I don't know what you're talking about with Howard Stern, but listen, dude, we don't have time. Listen to me. Listen, hold on. There's no time. There's no time for hopeless romantics or whatever it is that you said.
That's why
you
they
were.
call it that.
Okay, because
But there's facts. It's political discourse, whatever you want to call it.
No one cares about that
Let
stuff.
me just say, I'll try to clarify my question. From me to you.
I'm sorry, man. We're
could
just
you,
like
with
kind
your-
of. We have a lot going on tonight. It's just a little hard to,
We all have a lot going on. I know. I'll just frame my question really clearly. I'm not asking for,
okay, do it. You've been on for 5 minutes. I have no idea what you're asking, other than that you want a silver bullet for hopeless romantics.
Could you guys do a story with Trump as a character on the political scene, of him bragging about perping his employees on Howard Stern? That's
We have done that story multiple times. I would go back. We've had Andy Kindler on, whose dad, I can't remember what business his dad was in, but got screwed by Donald Trump. Donald Trump famously screwed the people out of their employment. He screwed his employees. We talked about that time and time again. And I got news for you. People don't give a shit.
Yeah.
If it doesn't happen to them, they don't give a shit.
Yep.
I've seen that.
Here's what I would
But
suggest to
you
you.
guys have
Stop
the power
talking for a
to-
second. I'm going to mute you. Listen, you're on the phone now. You can hear my voice. To dissuade you from this idea that there's some silver bullet that you can tell people who care about decency that there's something unequivocally wrong with Donald Trump, go listen to the interview we did. What was her name, Matt, on mesmerism? I can't. Matt's going to come up with it. Go listen to the interview we did there. The fact of the matter is there's a significant portion of people in this country.
Credulity by Emily Ogden, A Cultural History of Mesmerism.
That was probably 3 years ago. In this country, there are people who don't care how despicable a human being is if they feel like they're on their side. What you need to do is assess the individuals you're talking to, and it's not going to be, oh, look at this YouTube of Howard Stern from 8 years ago where Donald Trump said this thing about he's screwing over his workers. It's an aggregate of things. And there's a lot better places to expend your resources and your energy. I don't know what else to tell you. I wish there was like the silver bullet you want there to be, but frankly, much of the Democratic Party focused on exactly what you're talking about for an extended period of time, and it never worked. It never worked. 2018 is the only example when it worked, and that was a function of people being angry at Trump because of that pre-existing anger, and they could take it out only on his sycophants and the people who supported him. I don't know what else to tell you.
The Grab 'em by the Pussy tape came out, and he beat it.
In fact, if you look at like the Google Trends, you will find that Hillary's emails got more coverage than the grab him by the P word tape did.
Sorry, Bradley can't hear me. I just got excited.
Summer Lee.
She just took the lead by 47 votes.
That's fucking nuts.
She was down so much.
Charge.
Mastriano'd this
Look
thing.
at that. 47 votes according to CNN, and I know maybe it's a little bit different on the like Allegheny County results that you sent, Matt, so I'm going to refresh those right now. But I mean, look, there's going to be a recount, I would imagine, in any situation.
I mean, this election was clearly stolen.
Clearly.
I mean,
I think we should
all of a
start
sudden
that.
at one point she's losing, and then all of a sudden at one point she's winning.
Wait, but Allegheny County has it higher than that. Now she's up
Steal.
39,000 to 57 to 36,627. So that's 42.71
She's crushing now.
to 40.05.
She's about 3,000
I
votes.
mean, let's go. She's
If it's that
really.
much, yeah.
I mean, besides besides Jessica Cisneros, like those two. I mean, I'm the most excited about those.
She was fantastic when she came on the show.
Oh,
Yeah,
fantastic.
she was great.
Fantastic candidate. And to have that kind of representative in Pittsburgh, if it does stand, that's really, really exciting. That's really exciting. So, I mean, that's so besides the Texas guy, what's his name?
Greg Kazar.
Look at this.
Kazar?
Dr. Oz is very, very close, 31.1% to 32% on the. That's also a great. I mean, this is what we want. I mean, Pennsylvania is such a
Massive state.
so crucial for multiple reasons.
But so is Texas, and so I mean, I understand, but just really quickly though, in terms of like silver linings and small victories that we have to take where we can get them. Greg Kazar, first progressive to really win their primary in Texas. So Jessica Cisneros is headed next week to a runoff, and Summer Lee if this holds. Like those three, that would be just another situation where we're chipping away, where we're getting more progressives into Congress potentially.
Look,
Exciting.
This is not a competition, but Pennsylvania is so much more important than Texas, and I'll tell you why.
I'm not saying that.
No,
It's not.
you are.
No,
Let's
I'm
just
not.
pretend you are, so that we can.
Okay,
have this
all right, sure.
conversation.
Straw Emma sitting next to me.
Straw Emma is sitting next to me.
Scarecrow.
Look, if Summer Lee pulls us out, what it also does is, in addition to Summer Lee being in Congress, in addition to Pennsylvania, which is a key swing state in terms of future presidential elections, being more dominated progressively by Democrats, and also just in terms of the cause of democracy, and I'm not, I don't get too enamored with that idea, but I think to a large extent people should express who they want to run their government, and it should more or less reflect that. Pennsylvania is turning that direction. But it also is sending a message to those PAC monies. It's basically meaning that those people who said to whatever billionaires and millionaires it was, hey, dude, if you give me X amount of dollars, I'm going to win this race. They're going to go back to those people, and they're going to say, we lost. And they're going to have no rationale, and that billionaire is going to go like, I'm not giving you any more money for this huge project because it doesn't work.
Yeah, like was it worth it?
It doesn't work.
Yeah.
Now, me, like Sam Seder billionaire, I'd be like, I'm not falling into that sort of old Batman TV show trap, which is like where we concoct this sort of Rube Goldberg methodology of killing Batman, and some fluke happens and he escapes. And so we never go back to that well again and fix it. That's what I would do.
Mm-hmm.
I would just say, okay, well then we just need $2 more million. And I'm a billionaire and I don't give a shit about those $2 million. But these people do. And so the big upside of Summer Lee winning goes beyond the actual implications of her being in Congress, which we can't underestimate. Like you say, Kazar and Summer Lee, you've now expanded the squad
If this
more or
holds,
less,
if
if
this
this
holds.
holds by 15%? I mean,
and so we're talking about like the progressive caucus actually being a progressive caucus that's halved or thirded in order to actually represent progressive values. And you have litmus tests like you're not taking APAC money, you support Medicare for all, but actually support Medicare for all, for example. This gives more bodies, more human beings in Congress to be like, no, we're gonna cut off someone like a Chantel Brown because they don't have the right ideology. And so like there's power in numbers. There's 100% power in numbers.
And when I think about the biggest example of like the Democratic conventional wisdom of a-holes, I think of Chris Matthews, who is from Pennsylvania. And like Pennsylvania has always been a state that has been like weaponized as if like you don't understand. There's Philadelphia and Pittsburgh and Alabama in between. And you don't understand. And if it can't sell in Pennsylvania, it's not going to sell in, across the country and blah, blah, blah.
You don't understand the working class, and they only care about if you're a white working class person.
Exactly.
Right?
Exactly. And to have Summer Lee win in Pittsburgh, and granted, it's not between Pittsburgh and Pennsylvania, but to have Fetterman win big over Connor Lamb, you're starting to build like an impenetrable fortress against that type of bullshit. God, I hope Oz pulls it out. I just feel like Dr. Oz can't win. And
I don't know.
McCormick has a lot of money, but I would rather go against Oz. I would rather go against the guy with the weird accent who is like a TV star, who's just barely pulling it out, whose politics are just sort of made up in the moment.
Also very like pandemic dependent. He's like all been about medical freedom. So when we're talking about a 2020 general election, so
it would be kind of an interesting dynamic for Pennsylvania Republicans to like contort themselves into if McCormick is the Senate nominee and Mastriano is the governor nominee, because they are not they did not mutually endorse each other. The people endorsing them are not endorsing each other. It's like an establishment and
McCormick's like standard like corporate Republican as opposed to
it would be with Oz
Jan
Sixer. Yeah, with Oz and Mastriano it'd be two Trump endorsed guys, and McCormick is pointedly not. So
I think the Republicans' ability to overcome those type of like
they don't really care. They'll just they'll fall in line.
McCormick,
but whatever. I mean, it's an interesting dynamic to look at.
It is an interesting dynamic, but in terms
McCormick
of,
will
like,
probably just turn around and endorse.
Of course.
I love Doug Mastriano. Be like, I've always loved the guy.
No, we've had some disagreements on some questions.
He is a good person, though.
Would you have taken? Would you have gone through the window, or would you have smashed through the door?
Stolen all of Nancy Pelosi's
listen, reasonable people can disagree on whether you would have used the flagpole as a bayonet, or you would have used it as some type of nunchuck.
Yeah.
Reasonable people can disagree on that, but
different Kevlar vests for going in.
Yeah. It's just a fashion choice. But but really quickly about Oz, when he shoots that gun in that ad, and everyone was making fun of how bad it looks. Just like this is a very aesthetic point, but Fetterman would just make. Now I'm becoming convinced that Oz would be terrible against a guy like
That's
Fetterman.
why I think Oz would be so
like Fetterman
awkward.
is just going to be like, you are like such a damn poser. You're
it's
a
just
poser.
so easy to say that about a TV.
A guy, he's been in a TV studio for the last 10 years.
Yeah, I'm like a man of the people. Whatever.
Calling from an 801 area code. Who's this? Where are you calling from? Oh, we got to get out of here.
Yeah.
So, Sam, this is Kyle from Salt Lake City, and I'll be very fast.
Okay, Kyle.
Okay, first thing, I have to tell you a little bit what the Democratic Party in Utah is up to.
Ooh.
For the new target in this state is Mike Lee. I don't know how well this expands outward or how noticeable that is, but the Utah Democratic Party has been so set on getting Mike Lee out at all costs that the internal Democratic Party fight that was taking place was between nominating an actual Democrat to go up against Mike Lee in his upcoming re-election campaign,
or that CIA
not
guy
nominating someone, or choosing Evan McMullin.
Right.
If people remember, he was running as a third party in 2016, claimed to be to the right of Donald Trump on Roe v. Wade, and is a terrible candidate. So what they ended up doing is deciding to not put up a candidate and all rally behind Evan McMullin instead. And this is like a party that does everything they can to be as antagonistic against the people that vote here as possible. Like, for example, Bernie Sanders smoked the field in 2016 and 2020 and held one of the biggest political rallies in Utah history in 2016. And all Democratic Party leadership in Utah, like county, state, etc., former representatives, have all gotten behind Bloomberg, for instance, Pete Buttigieg, and now we're all leading the charge to nominate Evan McMullen instead. Like Mitt Romney's also part of this whole thing, sort of. It's weird and it's bad and I hate it. But I want to end on some good news.
Well, Kyle, let me just say this. I have an answer for you.
Sure. Yeah, please.
Dude, you're in Utah.
I know. Okay, I know this. But like, there are pockets of this state that will suffer down ballot as a result of not even nominating a Democrat to go up against Mike Lee, who's going to smoke Evan McMullen anyway.
I know.
They're not.
It's
like,
so
they're
dumb.
so
It's so dumb.
Put up a fight.
It's so dumb.
Like fight. Like.
Well, this is the listen.
Anyway,
this is why.
At least make the distinction.
This is why there is value in a Charles Booker in Kentucky. I happen to believe, and I think that if someone said like you're completely dreaming, that Booker is maybe a cycle or two away from being able to win the Senate seat in Kentucky. But the difference between a Booker in Kentucky and Amy McGrath is that 2 years out from Booker's campaign, you will see evidence that he ran.
Mm-hmm.
You will see remnants of his infrastructure. You will see like relationships that are developed, that are real, that will have implications. Maybe there'll be an organizing, maybe there'll be something in Louisville where some, I don't know, restaurant organizes because of two people who met on the campaign. Things like that will accrue over time. None of that came from Amy McGrath. And I think that's the value ultimately in a place like Utah is that.
I completely agree, especially with that success of that Bernie Sanders campaign and having done a lot of work at that time. There was actual excitement in two different campaigns that took place here. And it's so short-sighted to just be we're throwing up this Republican at a one shot to try to beat Mike Lee. And it's going to fail. And we've got nothing to show for it except alienating a massive chunk of the
You're just going backwards in terms of the long-term process.
Yeah.
I mean, this is, again, I've used this example multiple times, but for the vast majority of my life and for the vast majority of many lives in New England, the Red Sox would never, ever take the hit to build something so they could go to they could win the World Series. It was always about how do we just get into the playoffs? And even if we get eliminated in that first round, at least we've extended our year and we'll get credit for that. And they could never ever get to the World Series and win because they weren't willing to take to really embrace losing in a way that would build something for the future.
You got to tank.
Exactly.
You got to tank.
You got to tank. Yeah.
Yeah. So you got to tank. Last thing, I just wanted to very good news outside of politics that's taking place here. We've had 2 different Starbucks stores jump on the national wave here and run and will be successfely unionizing here in the very near future. That have exactly, we are charging, and including getting near unanimous votes at both of these stores that are made up of employees that are all not left wing, as a lot of these employees have put it. They've been able to successfully get a lot of these Mormon, historically conservative people that also work in these shops potentially to get on board with the unionization effort. So this is a right to work state. That's really hard to do. And we have people here that are willing to participate in this wave that's going nationwide. And at a time when it feels, especially in places like here, when a lot of the electoral politics and the results of those electoral politics are completely out of our hands, it's never been more important to control what you can control and organize in your workplace and not give up on people that may not have the same political beliefs as you, find common ground in the workplace, organize, and gain power that way, because we're getting let down from a lot of people above us right now, and that's a good way that we can at least take some of that power back. And that's all I have to say. Have a good night. Thank you for staying.
Good night, Kyle. Appreciate it. All right, folks, that is it for our call-in portion of the program. We're going to start to wrap things up. really, in many respects, the biggest rates are still extant. You know, we don't know the results of the Summer Lee contest. We may not even know tomorrow morning, for that matter.
Looks like McCormick is down to just about 6,000 votes over Dr. Oz.
And there's still like 25 to 30% to report there.
Yeah,
So
it's going to be tight for Summer and for the
Well,
Republican Senate race.
I mean, for Summer, but I mean, in this Republican, with 30% extant and you're tied, it could
Bradley,
very
what's
well
the
not
runoff
be.
threshold in Pennsylvania? Do you mind looking up?
The recount?
I mean, sorry, yeah, recount.
Let me
sorry,
just check
do you
that.
mind? She's running against Steve Irwin.
The crocodile hunter.
Yeah, I mean,
Is he?
that's his name.
he
yeah.
died.
Okay,
Sorry, I didn't mean to make fun of that, but he just
Did you not? Did you miss that pop culture moment when he
He died I think 13 years
Did he
ago.
get eat by a
He got
crocodile?
stung by a stingray.
in the heart?
Yeah, while filming a show. It's really messed up.
I mean,
No, it's sad.
good way to go for the crocodile hunter.
a little weak. That's all I'm saying. Like, I mean,
Cut the feed.
I'm just saying. You go and fight crocodiles and you let a fish kill you? I mean, give me a break.
He wasn't the stingray hunter.
That's all I'm saying. You go around with your big knife and you're like, hey, I can wrestle crocodiles. But if a fish comes, oh, I'm dead. Not even a shark.
Not
Hey,
even a
give me a
shark.
break.
When the margin for a statewide officer ballot measure is less than or equal to 0.5% of the total vote.
0.5%? I mean,
So it could be there.
all right. Well, folks, look. It's going to be a mixed evening, but I think if Summer Lee pulls it out, and Fetterman, I think is basically and
Yes, Fetterman's
and
one.
someone like Oz too. I really just like the idea of like the Republicans have to get behind Oz, and I think your point about the pandemic being less in play at that point.
Right. The medical freedom thing is just like not. But
I mean, just for example, we had that dude. Granted, he's 24 and he's very excited. And I'm not saying there's anything wrong with being 24. I was 24 at one point.
Bradley's 26.
And Bradley's 26.
This is basically pathetic.
But he was so excited to argue about vaccine mandates, which, to be clear, never existed.
Mm-hmm.
There were testing mandates where vaccines would be exemptions. But there's a certain level of desperation there.
Yeah.
I mean, it's like, give up the ghost, dude. She broke up with you a long time ago. And in fact, you guys were never really involved in a relationship. There was no vaccine mandates. That fight is over.
Mhm.
It's not going to exist. You want to debate about something, you know, with your libertarian ideology, where despite the fact that you're a libertarian, you're okay with Ron DeSantis ordering corporations to not do something that they feel will help their bottom line, i.e., vaccine mandates, so that my customers feel comfortable walking into a place and not getting sick or whatever it is. It's going to be interesting. It's going to be interesting to see what they're arguing about. I mean, I suppose they can try and string out this groomer thing and a CRT and this and that, but
I think that has a different resonance in Pennsylvania. Two major cities in Pennsylvania. A lot more.
Super
more votes.
encouraging, at least in the context of Pennsylvania, what's happening. Both Fetterman and Summer Lee are really like, that's, in many respects, that's the coalition, right? That's the dream coalition.
Yes, 100%. That's what. Yeah, exactly.
And so, and if Pennsylvania goes that way, it's going to make a very tough argument.
Also, Paul Prescott was down by 40% when the mail-in votes came in. He is now only down 13%, and he's gaining about 3% every single time on updates. There's about
let's go.
50 divisions of 220.
These early votes are proving like, they're favoring the moderate candidates in a very heavily way.
Interesting way
tilted
of framing it,
Yeah.
as opposed to the fact that the election's being obviously stolen.
Yeah,
in real time
Well,
in front of us.
DSA got in touch with, who was it? Who was it?
France.
Germany or someone in South America?
France and
Chavez?
Germany. That's where the servers are.
Chavez, was he
That's
involved?
Hugo Chavez is protecting both the servers in
From the
Germany
grave.
and
Yes.
France.
from the
Watching over them
Yeah.
like Harambe.
Yeah, well, that's why you.
Great job,
That's why you
finally.
hire Hugo Chavez, because he's a ghost. and he has supernatural powers to protect the server.
Yeah, Ghost in the Machine.
Wasserman just said Dr. Oz has pulled within 0.4%, 3,886 votes of McCormick. So we are in recount territory.
Let's fucking go. I want to recount really badly. I want this to draw out as long as possible, and Fetterman to be able to ride the high the whole time.
Bingo Dango says Steve Irwin did not carry a knife. You're thinking of Crocodile Dundee. I am. That's true. I get that. That's true. I know exactly. Okay, everybody's saying you're confusing with the Crocodile Hunter. I get it. I know exactly who Steve Irwin is. All right?
It's part of a bit.
It's just, I'm just extending it. There's two people who came out of Australia talking about wildlife. Okay, it was Irwin and, an actor who pretended like he was there. I can't remember what that guy's name was, but I know he came from Byron Bay.
Nick Nolte?
No, he's Australian.
Oh, who is Crocodile Dundee? Not Nick.
Dude, you were 2 when he was big. I mean, come on.
Let's check that, actually.
It's, what the hell is his name? He lived in Byron Bay. I remember this because I was hitchhiking through there.
Paul Hogan.
35 years ago, I was hitchhiking through Byron Bay, and they were talking about the tall poppy syndrome.
Mm-hmm. All right, well, now it's time to end the show.
Okay, Grandpa.
So much for a quarter.
Okay, Grandpa.
Matt
here's your
looks
warm
like he
milk.
wants to punch a wall.
Here's your warm milk and your Afghan. All right. Wow, look at that.
Yeah.
I'm looking at the McCormick at 31.6 and Oz at 31.2%. All right, folks.
On actual election night in November, we'll do. I mean, my second day at this program, we went until 1:30 in the morning.
We did?
Yep.
Was it? Oh, this is full on election.
It's my second show.
We're going to go. Folks, this has been live coverage of the primary, and glad we were able to put to rest like 2 races of the 5 or 6 that we thought were really important. But we will talk more about it tomorrow, and you can continue your live coverage. Oh, should we throw to, is Binder on Twitch? Yeah, we'll throw to Binder or something like that. We'll raid him. Look, folks, Poggers, we got into a super hype train tonight, and
triple hype train.
Our hype train was so hype that we had to dial it back. We were afraid
So
of
many
breaking.
different cars. You have a coal car. You know how, when you had little toy trains as a kid, you have a coal car, you have a car with lumber in it. We have all those. Nope, nobody cares.
All right, yeah, don't. I mean, you would maintain the moral high ground before when you were like, okay, it's time for you to go to sleep now. Take some milk. But now you're rambling just like me.
Yeah, well.
All right, are we ready?
Committee, Mike from PA.
Matt, Bradley, Emma, great job. Not just today, but also tonight. See you tomorrow.
It might take all the strength I got to get to where I want, but I know somehow I'm gonna get there. I wasn't looking when I just got caught between the truth and the light bulb. But finding out won't make me feel any better. Yeah, I know the clock is ticking, but the meds are gonna kick in, and my pilot light shining bright. I get somewhere the choice was made, for the option where you don't get paid, for the road that bends before it finally breaks you. I guess somehow I lost my drive between the 101